Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues. Hyvää huomenta, good morning. I want to warmly welcome you all to Helsinki, Finland, to the University of Helsinki, to the National Library and to the Keskitalo building where we find ourselves here now, and of course hello to everyone online too. We have the welcoming words from the National Librarian, Dr. Professor Kimmo Tuominen. Kimmo, please.
All right, thank you. So, good morning, everyone. And on behalf of the National Library and all the organizers, I'm truly delighted to extend a warm welcome to each one of you attending Koha 2023 right here in the Keskitalo building in the beautiful city of Helsinki, or joining us virtually. You are all very welcome. It's a pleasure to have you with us. So, I guess today we gather because of a shared commitment to openness. At the National Library of Finland, we not only rely heavily on open source software, but we embrace a spirit of openness that extends the realm of technology. And our strategic approach, I'm going to talk a little bit about our strategic approach, our values. It is based on three fundamental principles. Firstly, we value openness. We are enthusiastic about openly sharing ideas and also adopting ideas from others. We promote open access and open science, and furthermore, we strive to nurture a culture of internal and external openness. Secondly, we are dedicated to renewal. Our goal is to continuously enhance the quality and impact of our services. We foster a culture where curiosity is valued, as it is through exploration and discovery that we can push boundaries and create meaningful change. And lastly, we deeply cherish education or Bildung. The word is sivistys in Finnish. It's very difficult to translate. Perhaps German word Bildung is best to describe it. As the custodians of our nation's cultural heritage, we believe that sharing knowledge is key to its growth. We firmly hold the belief that knowledge belongs to everyone, and it can possibly affect communities and individuals, especially in our increasingly polarized world. It is our mission to ensure equal access to information, support education and research, and promote ethical, dependable, and research-based knowledge. And I think this dedication to openness, it extends throughout the entire library system of Finland. Our libraries are connected through advanced information technology, communication, and logistics. No library stands alone, and all libraries work together to provide information freely for everyone, regardless of social status, age, or place of residence. Finnish public libraries are real champions of freedom of information in our country. Additionally, also our academic libraries and special libraries, and even the library of Finnish Parliament are open to all who seek knowledge. little bit of our services, while and of course the Koha, we may be quite newcomers to Koha, but anyway, we at the National Library of Finland view its implementation as a natural progression. It's not a revolution for us, it's a progression. We have successfully relied on free and open source software solutions as the backbone of our core operations. In addition to using Koha as our library system, we offer it as a service to other libraries, and this is made. We have a kind of partnership here with the CSC, the Finnish IT Center for Science, which facilitates the server infrastructure. Currently, we have 16 academic and special libraries utilizing Koha as their integrated library system. We have other services as well that also rely on open source. To enhance the user experience, we have developed Finna, a search service that is built on open source library resource portal called WooFind. Finna has garnered widespread adoption, and it is utilized by hundreds of Finnish libraries, museums, archives, and galleries. Its ongoing maintenance and development are undertaken by our Resolute team. I encourage you all to explore the vast accomplishments of Finna by visiting finna.fi. And we have also institutional repository services that serves tens of customer organizations in Finland, and it is leveraging the power of another open source platform called DSpace. And this provision allows us to effectively preserve and provide access to valuable research documents from various organizations, from universities, for example, and also the official documents of the government of Finland. And lastly, I want to mention Cosmos, an open source web-based SCOS, kind of simple knowledge organization system. Cosmos is a kind of browser and publishing tool that plays a vital role in facilitating the organization and sharing of knowledge. So as you can see, open source is deeply ingrained within our organization. Despite being a prominent research library, the National Library of Finland is also a significant player in the realm of IT. And consequently, Perl is a familiar programming language within our library walls. So we are very thrilled to bring together members from two remarkable communities, the Koha community and the Perl community. And we hope these few days will enable you to gain fresh perspectives, forge new connections, establish lasting friendships, and return home brimming with innovative ideas and renewed energy. So once again, I extend my deepest wishes for a fruitful and rewarding conference experience. Take a full advantage of this opportunity to engage with our exceptional speakers and make the most of your time here with us. Thank you and enjoy Perl KohaCon 2023.
And next we will give the floor to a man who doesn't need presentation, introduction, Andrii Nugged, who has almost single-handedly run this conference together. Please, Andrii.
So, generally, welcome all you here. It's very pleasant for me to understand that I know most of you, and I already met with most of you even virtually before. And this happened that this year I made my path to this chance to unite our two communities, because I was long time Perl community member and then joined Koha community and take an important part with our team from National Library. And now we're making this happen. What I want to say for the beginning is I'm called all of us to unite with Koha and Perl and make something long-lasting and go from here and further. Let's make our experience, knowledge, and efforts combined. Welcome to this event, and glad to see all you here. Let's go with that. Technical things wise, I think Esa-Pekka will cover. Some other things through the day. If you have something you are open to communicate, please, with me or Esa-Pekka. All the smaller things. Let's make our party begin. Thanks.
Thank you, Andrii. My name is Esa-Pekka Keskitalo, and I'm an information systems manager at the National Library. And in my unit, we have the Koha team run by Andrii, but we also provide IT support services like project management tools, Jira, and our internal communication. And I would like to introduce to at least Teemu is here now. So Teemu is from my team, is taking care of the streaming and recording of this event. And as I said, Andrii has really done most of it, but I will take this opportunity to thank all the other employees and volunteers who have been with us to making this all happen. I will have just a few practical announcements, household announcements at this time. The first is that, as you have noticed, this is a conference that will be streamed, all 3 tracks through Monday through Wednesday. So if you have any questions about your data privacy, please be in contact with me. But you are hereby notified about the fact that the event will be streamed, that it will also be recorded, and then we will publish the presentations when we have snipped the stream into smaller pieces. As to the security, as most of you must know, the green lighted things show you to the nearest exit everywhere. And for example, we have an emergency exit in this room on your left side. In the rare occasion of a fire alarm, I have experienced many in my life, but they have all been false. Please gather outside the building on the inner yard on your left side again, so that we can then communicate to you effectively when the situation is over. The lunch will be served in the cafeteria that is in the basement, and you have received the vouchers for that. And if you have any extra vouchers, you can just trash them, so you don't have to care about that. We are quite a lot of us, so it might be a good idea that not everyone goes there first when the session ends, but maybe wait 5 or 10 or even 15 minutes before entering. I have the menus on the billboard near the registration desk. If you have any questions about allergies or something like that, please ask the staff at the cafeteria. They promised me that everyone will find something, but we can also point you to other lunch options if necessary. And You know, we had unfortunately problems with the final registration form for this evening's reception and the cruise. The platform should be working now, so if you would be kind enough and try again to do your final registration and also the payment for the cruise. It's not crucial to do it before the cruise, we trust you, but I think it's sooner than better, so you don't forget about it. And you will recognize the staff members from the hot pink or dark red conference passes, and we are of course here to help you. And if we don't know the answer, I promise that we are going to try to find you the answer we need. We have only spent 15 minutes, but I am... Okay. Some technical, so Andrii will take over.
Yes, we have some announcements from our Lightning Talks leader. We have some announcements from our Lightning Talks leader, Geoffrey. So please welcome to the stage, to the microphone.
Hello, I'm Geoff Avery. I'm the keeper of the gong, which you've already heard. We have lightning talks. We were going to do 3 sessions, but because the boat's happening a little earlier than planned, we're going to bag tomorrow's version. We're going with 2 sets of lightning talks, today and Wednesday at the end of the day. If you have already submitted one, I may or may not have seen it. Please come find me as soon as you can so I can get everything sorted. You get about 5 minutes. At 4 minutes in, you get a warning bell. At 5 minutes in, I have a gong. To make life a little bit easier with the lay of the land in this room, the 3rd through about the 6th row, the last 2 seats on that end are for Lightning Talk speakers during our session. Everyone else, please stay out of the way. I have a sign I'll put there to remind you. I'm going to sit in the 2nd row with the gong. And in the front 2 seats, and maybe pull some chairs down, we have lightning advertisements also. For the advertisement, you don't need to sign up ahead of time. You only get about 30 seconds, and that's the time when the laptop is coming away, the next laptop is getting put in, and the time would have been wasted, but we're going to have advertisements. You can advertise anything you want. Some favorite topics are, I'm hiring, or I have a Perlmonger group, you should come join us, or we're thinking of doing a tourist thing on Thursday, you should come join us, or any other thing that you want to say. Just in between while speakers are swapping, move up to the front corner of the room so that you're ready to go. Come up here. We will have one of the microphones set up so you're out of the way. Say what you got to say. And then wander back to your seat so someone else can have that seat up front. The other big thing is speakers. You need to come up here during the break before our session, plug in, and make sure your laptop's going to work. And then go take a seat and get out of the way. And that should solve most of the problems. Everything else we can sort out later. Come find me if you have already submitted a talk or you're thinking of doing one. We do have spots available. We don't want to leave any spots empty if we can get away with it. So that should do it. Thank you.
Yep. So all this is regarding lightning talks, which will happen today at 4 p.m. for 1 hour. We, again, about badges, we have staff badge, we have our senior partners who helping us for making conference to happen. We have speaker badge, check if you have right one, and global badge for everyone. Also, we will, sorry for this mess with Wi-Fi, we will try to sort it out, that we have this Helsinki Uniguest Wi-Fi, and password is just Uniguest lowercase, but the thing is that it's not allows for some people to connect to some sites to use VPN or HTTP or SSH. We will check with that today, let's see. But generally, also consider today we will have this session inside National Library Cupola Hall at evening, and most of you, I think, will be there as well on sea cruise tomorrow. Don't be worried so much if some issues with payments or something. This not happen. We will help you through. We will not cancel your presence because of that. On other things, we have Telegram group where most of you, I think, already. You should find this link in your email inbox. If you have some other questions, you can write that in Telegram group and track our social channels for updates. I will try to keep them in between. We will, also important call from me to you, because we are here uniting two communities, and it's unusual thing which no one did before, but I'm trying to do now. I started this idea alone, it was obvious, but I cannot go further without your participation or even taking the flag instead of me. Let's see if I will fall down. I will try to stay as long as I can, but we will have today this community language product panel at 5:30. It will be more or less organized by us, so I mean you. So if you feel that you have some ideas, we will invite here our Perl and Koha communities main core team persons to the stage, and we will communicate with you. So I'm giving inception to think in this direction what we can. We will just raise maybe even open questions will still be open for days or months, or let's see, but we will develop those. Idea is to make as much as possible use of our two communities to be a single one, and we have few minutes. I want to cover some more thing about Perl and Koha, saying about communities. We have Perl community for a long time, which very active, friendly, and it's open source community, and it's about developing language, bringing new people, training, support each other, and it's done just as any open source done by will and passion, without any profit targets, like just strict and ugly profit way. But in same way we have Koha as open source product, but beyond this lays libraries, and it's interesting to see, let's say, old times before programmers appeared on the stage. We have 100 years ago, libraries was who was the first open source providers in the world. Libraries was the first thing which provided some knowledge for open source, because you can come to library and have access free for any knowledge book or whatever without money. Nowadays you can have even something more funny things in library. I think you already met with OOD public library, which have here in Finland, which will represent what libraries can do beyond just the books. But but also then programmers came and made open source software, when everyone in the world can take that software and use it for free and make a profit or live with it, so on. And we have Koha, and this how it happens that libraries as knowledge open source and open source software part from Koha unites, and that's what we are targeting for and developing this. That's how I see we will collaborate and make this work. Saying about Perl community for last years, from technical point of view, we have a mess nowadays in IT sector with those languages, many different technologies. Now OpenAI, and with this ChatGPT coming, and all developers scared will ever we try to program, should we be replaced by computers or whatever. But Perl has some kind of leadership long time ago as most used language in the web. Nowadays it's not, and Perl tries to compete with other languages and technologies to stay alive. And that happened that for now we have one trending, uprising product, which totally written in Perl and made in Perl, and it's Koha. So it's like, it's not just mutual benefit, it's totally, we are siblings, Perl and Koha, so we, I even don't know why we didn't do this before. That's the thing. So that's for a global idea, but for smaller things, any questions for like technical things or some things we should declare, any ideas from the community? No? Then you are welcome, 5 minutes to sort out through the rooms. This will be main room where we will be gathering like for bigger talks and for important events. There is another room number, which number? This is our hall number.
Today we have 2 lecture halls, this one which is lecture hall 1, a lecture hall 2, which is up the spiral staircase, which is on the left when you exit this lecture hall. And on Tuesday and Wednesday we will also use lecture hall 6, which is in the 3rd floor, but we will sign it for you tomorrow morning.
So this hall will be mostly for United things altogether and Koha things. Koha usage, Koha developments, but targeted for Koha people more. Hall 2 will be Perl hall. From now and tomorrow we will have one additional Perl tools hall for geeks and special things we have in Perl. Yes, but it's smaller but very important part as well. So one question. Those microphones are giving stream to online and giving well, but I have this already people saying that room is not hearing well. Can we increase the loud volume for outer room? I can keep. Thanks for noticing this, but should we restart again from the beginning? We still have all the people here. So let's check, at least I can say once more while we are increasing sound inside the room, so that everything what we have here crafted by our team and what you have and seen here, and moreover on Ukrainian things I will tell on separate talk today, but let's go through. We have few minutes to sort out the rooms and start next talk. You're welcome.
Yes, so in this room we will have the growing with Koha, how we evolve and support change.
Better.
And in the lecture room 2 will be the coming soon. That's the title.
It's not make this loop.
Yep. We have to talk to the microphone, keep it pretty close.
But anyway, people complaining that they have only echo on the back. They hearing badly.
Yeah.
So you have
I
good
raised
sound.
the volume a bit.
Yes.
And close this one and
Yeah, we have the. Yeah, this one. Yeah.
Will you
Thank you so much.
manage to present yourself?
Yes.
I'm glad you know all these shortcuts because we're
I
Mac
will
people
go.
and I'm like, I do not know any of the Windows shortcuts, so.
yeah. I just figured out.
By the way,
this is the
what you saying?
hide the Zoom thingy,
Oh.
but
about
it's in Finnish, so
Okay.
Tell us if we're loud enough.
So it's
So it's
okay
a-
now.
I don't know.
I think
I was sitting up here.
This works with the PDF.
But so you hear
Yeah,
well.
I
but
heard
right.
fine.
Okay,
when you will start talking,
so we are on.
check from the
Okay,
back.
I did it.
Okay.
And if
Thank you.
And if it stops working,
and maybe
then just
increase a
these
little more.
arrow keys.
But
Okay.
Okay. Thank you very much.
take the flag.
Yeah, this is what's going to the stream, so please try to stay pretty
As
close
close
to
as
the
possible,
microphone.
yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
And if you want to walk around, we have the headband mic as well.
I
But-
think,
I think we'll be fine. We'll
stay
stand-
here.
we'll stand.
here. Thank you so much for your help. Thank you, Tosh.
We're going to be super close to each other, though, aren't
It's
we?
fine. We're always like this. Do you wanna hold this?
Yep.
Or
Which way am I doing it? This way?
Yeah, because he
Okay.
said this will work too. So
Okay. You want me to try? Okay. And ERM's first.
what do you mean?
Like in the slide.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
and we're still going every
Here
other
we go.
slide, right? Kelly, look at me.
One small advertisement.
Sure.
So, sorry. So we will have now this talk about Koha topics. So Perl people who should follow Perl topics, please follow up to those stairs to second floor.
Thank you. Now we can give floor to Kelly and Jessie, so please.
Thank you. Hello. Thank you for having us. We're very excited to be here to talk about Koha. Our topic today, we are going to talk about how we grow with Koha and support and lead change within the community.
So here we go. So a little bit about us. I'll start first. My name is Kelly McElligott, and I am a library accounts coordinator at ByWater Solutions. Before I moved over more to the sales aspect of ByWater Solutions, I was an educator of Koha with ByWater for several years. So I would travel to libraries and teach them about Koha. I would spend a good amount of time talking about workflows and policies and really how to use Koha. But one of the biggest aspects of a library changing over to a new software is change, and managing change and working with the librarians and staff to evolve with that change. And no change is good. It can be scary, but it can be really fun and exciting. So we're here today to talk about how much Koha has changed in the time that I've been with it and even longer. And I'm really excited to be here. So thanks for having us.
And my name is Jessie Zairo. I'm the Director of Library Sales and Outreach at ByWater Solutions. I also started out as a Koha educator many years ago. I came from a consortia of public and academic libraries. And I think part of my favorite piece of being part of the Koha community is just the outreach and helping people understand what an amazing community that they're a part of. And so as Kelly described, getting them excited and ready for the change, but also believing in what they're doing and having a voice to give back to the community about what it means to them. Great job, Jen. So our goal for today's presentation is really to discuss how you can affect a strong change management, whether you're migrating to Koha for the first time or you're just getting ready to deploy one of the new releases to your users within the system. We're going to talk about ways that you can be the leader. We'll give you some and really motivate your staff to get excited.
So we're just going to take a moment just to look back at the Koha timeline. The Koha timeline. Koha began in 2000. Has anyone been working with Koha since 2000? Anybody? Oh, yay! Damn. And then, you know, we've kind of hit some highlights here. 2002, the first email to the Koha announced list, an IRC channel created. That's really impressive that we built that community so fast that the communication started really, really great. The first Koha Con in 2006 in Paris, France. Where was I for that? Seriously. And that's just the beginning. I'm pretty sure we've had one ever since, except for a little snafu in the 2020s. Then we go to 2008, and that was the 3.0 release. Now, who was here for that one? Yes. Oh, good. Lots more people. Yes. 2016, I started with ByWater in the very little after 2016, where Koha changed their release numbers. Who was here for that one? Yes, more of us. And then we're at the present day. Over 489 developers have pushed patches. How many have pushed patches in the room? Yes, yay! Now, I can say Jessie and I actually started doing the upgrade kind of documentation for ByWater and for the community in the 1605, 1611. So I feel really good about that green bubble there in 2016. We're good. So, just a little motivational quote for a presentation. Y'all want to read it, but it's Socrates. I think that it's, we have change every day. So just remembering these words and taking that with you and moving on. Powerful.
So some of the most recent updates that we're going to talk about and what we've used to integrate within the presentation today is the inclusion of an ERM. And this is a massive, massive inclusion within the Koha system to expand for all types of libraries. So whether you support an academic or public or special library, you now have the flexibility to track your electronic resources. So if you were using the serials module for print or just tracking it within the items, you can now have a more detailed aspect. And of course, after this presentation, we'll see the new inclusion of usage statistics. So this is a huge expansion to bring into the community. We also got a beautiful UX update in the 2211 release, which was a huge change for people. How many people still go to the top and search for a title, and they're searching in the patron fields? I do it probably every day. And that we face that same change that we're showing to our users and helping them understand what some of these changes are. And then, of course, one of the biggest exciting updates for us is the CMS. And we thought this was a really powerful way that we can include documentation right within the Koha staff interface. So all of us can use the help module to jump right out to the manual. But now you can essentially create documentation with your own policies and procedures for your libraries right within the CMS. So if they have a question about when something gets returned or a replacement fee is assessed, all of that policy and information can be created and documented right within the Koha system itself.
And Jessie, this is really one of the reasons we wanted to talk about changes. I mean, this is amazing in one release that we got all this. really awesome stuff. So, and it's a lot of change. So that's really why we're going to talk today. So this is my slide, and we're here to talk about, you know, looking at the process and seeing what's going to work. What's going to work for my staff? And my staff may be separated by, you know, circulation or cataloging or technical services or IT or systems. What works for each group or individual? Or what works for me? How do I learn best? How do I evolve with the change? So that takes some, you know, that takes a moment to think about what is going to work. We're going to push this amazing new upgrade or getting a brand new system. What is the best way to approach this? And then really creating that, in essence, documentation. And, you know, we didn't even talk about really how we got together, you know, really. You know, we started back in, I want to say 2018, doing our Monday minutes. Everyone subscribes, so I'm not even going to ask for the raise of hands, right? It's going to be everybody. Because we found out that people that were watching our tutorial videos specifically, because we could look at the stats on the software on YouTube, were watching them for very short amounts of time. So we were trying to choose the right training methods. We were going to engage our users the best way we knew how. So we created those short, weekly video kind of podcasts to talk about one thing in Koha. So, you know, we're talking to you about what we've done and how you can also bring that back to your library. And I think it's also important, if you are already on Koha or your staff is already on Koha, is to support the further education, the further support of learning something new. Super exciting for an ERM to come into the system. You know, you may have a staff member doing it in an Excel spreadsheet or a Google Sheet. I mean, this would be amazing to say, guess what? We have a whole new system for you. And that's really going to promote their learning to be able to learn a new process and a new module. And then, of course, be the change. You know, it's about like being excited. Jessie and I get excited every day with our upgrades and our documentation, and just that really exciting moment to say we get to share something. So that's important. So I hope everyone's smiling inside. I don't see a lot of smiles, but I know people are smiling inside, right? So, you know, just a little quote from Ben Franklin. And I think this is important. This is how I think of things. And I hate to read the slide, but I'm going to. Tell me and I forget, teach me and I may remember, involve me and I learn. Oh, this is me too, sorry. So, you know, we talked about the process. So just some tips that we've taken away and we think that are really kind of fantastic. But, you know, whatever you want to do is great too. Keep it original. Like, I think of keeping it original as don't recreate the wheel. If somebody else has done something similar, create something else, because we're a community, so we can share each other's resources and documentation. I mean, if you're creating documentation in the Koha community, I hope you're like raising the roof. I hope you are like telling everybody you know, sending it to the Koha community listserv so we get it in our newsletter, because that's important. So if you're doing something original, share it, because then I don't have to do it, or, you know, PTFS Herbert doesn't have to do it, or, you know, in Leave. Keep it short. I think that that's how most of us in our technology day, we are instant gratification. Make it happen quick, quick, quick. Keep it relatable. So don't dig deep into the code if you don't need to. Like, just tell them how it is. Keep it relatable to what they do. And lastly, keep it fun. Make it fun.
Yeah, and I think that part is the most critical, because if you engage your users, they're going to have fun. Like giving them something they can interact with, getting them involved in it, bringing them on, having somebody lead it or teach it. That is like incredible to have them be a part of the process, which helps them learn and helps them spread the message back to the rest of the staff.
We were at Koha US, KohaCon last year, and a gentleman who is in Kansas does another kind of tutorial video for his staff, because he's part of a consortium. And at the very end of his, I think it's only like 3 minutes tutorial video, he puts on a different hat. Okay? So that's crazy. You have to get to the end to see what hat this gentleman has put on. So then you can all talk about it and say, did you see Michael's hat? So think about that. Like, just keep it fun, keep it super short, and make it memorable. Like, if I didn't get to the end of that, I'd be so sad I didn't know what hat he wore, so.
Another thing that we like to do is like bring guests on. So like having librarians join us or other staff members join us, and again, bringing it back to have them teach something or have them talk about what they've learned, because everyone's experience is a little bit different, and they can learn just a little bit from each other. So learning styles is very big. Everyone learns a little bit differently, whether they prefer a visual medium or they prefer reading step-by-step instructions, or they just want to get their hands in there and try to do something. It's important to address multiple learning styles when you're creating content or creating training for your users. We try to do a mixture of everything from videos, which will walk through certain aspects, whether they're short tutorials, which might show them how a system preference can affect how something works in Koha, to showing them how to set up a certain feature, maybe with holds. So we find it very important to show them the hands-on that walks them through the process. We also create workflow documentation. So if you want to keep that documentation at the front line with staff or in technical services, this allows the user to have either a printout or an electronic copy that they can walk through those step-by-step instructions. Especially for new users or new staff members, sometimes they just like to have that piece of paper in hand that helps them walk through that process. We recently migrated a library system that has 800 staff members, and getting all of their frontline staff trained has been a massive undertaking. Like, we've traveled up to this location on 2 separate occasions to do hands-on experience with them, and they've created very specific workflows for circulation staff, for reference staff, and for cataloging and acquisitions. And this was crucial to helping them understand the new process within the Koha system. Hands-on learning is great. Even if you're new and you have access to a sandbox, the Koha Community Wiki has great resources on there that you can go in for sandboxes to test things. If you want to look at something on one of the newer releases before trying it on your system. This also lets staff get comfortable with change. So if something with fines and fees is changing and people are really unsure about how that process is going to work, this gives them the opportunity to go in and play with the system before using it. And then Q&A. This is really big for us, especially after we do our upgrade training. So generally, we'll train our users about a month to a month and a half before we roll out the release. We do live webinar training as well as on-demand training, so people can go out and watch tutorial videos, and just giving them the opportunity to come back and ask questions. Not only can they ask questions with us, but also other staff members can talk to each other about how they're going to roll something out or if they're going to turn a system preference on. And that has been really, really beneficial for the librarians to talk to each other and share those ideas.
And you can go back to just new libraries migrating, the opportunity to get in hands-on and then have a Q&A prior to going live, just having those opportunities.
And these are some of the programs that we use to produce our content. We'd love to hear what other programs you might use. We host most of our videos on YouTube, so they're accessible to anyone within the community. We use Canva to create our documentation or materials for handouts. Tango is like a screen capture that you can use to include both step-by-step instructions and videos. And then Screencastify is another free resource that we use that can create and grab short little videos right within the system. So if it's just a 2-minute video where you're showing somebody what the effect of a change will have, this is a great way that you can highlight right from your browser.
And we're sorry, we were supposed to look these up to know if they were accessible in all the countries, so I apologize if they're not. And I want to talk about all the other resources that we have at our fingertips in the Koha community as community members. We have the manual, updated twice a year. Shout out to the documentation team, whoever's here. Caroline's here. Yes. That truly is vitally important to every user. I click the help button multiple times a day, so it's fantastic, so thank you. The Koha newsletter that comes out once a month that gives resources to all the documentation that's been created in the community. So remember, if you're not on that, please go onto the Koha community website and sign up for the newsletter. Jessie mentioned the sandboxes. So on the Koha wiki, there are several vendors that have sandboxes that are available to use at any moment in time. And generally they're on the most newest release, which is great for people that want to just test things out. And then in addition to that powerhouse of Koha things, there are other community resources, tutorial videos. I know PTFS Europe's created some. Koha US has some and has nice PDF documents. So if you haven't gone over to their website, they have a lot of great like snapshots, that PDF that you can have. And then I guess I put Monday Minutes on here for a reason, right? Because we also create some stuff, maybe every Monday. So these are just a few, and please, again, we're here to engage you. If you have any thoughts, if you want to shout it out now or leave it at the end if I'm missing something, or you're like, oh, I just, I created something and you didn't put it on there, Kelly. Please, please, please.
So now we're going to talk about a little how we rolled out training for some of the newest features that we saw in Koha. So in 2211, Koha introduced an ERM. How many of you were using Coral before or have used Coral in the past? Okay, so we have some of our library partners that we support that were using Coral. So they were familiar with the aspects of creating resources, tracking subscriptions, being able to view license information within the system. So within this new module, now they have the opportunity to have everything in one location. And that's really big because now instead of having to go out to 2 separate platforms and having to train their staff on 2 separate platforms to use, all of these resources will be available in one location. So we just did quick snapshots to say like how we rolled out some of our training. So within the current release, we have access to agreements, licensing, and e-holdings. And with e-holdings, you do have the opportunity to connect an API to EBSCO. So this was critical for us to work with our libraries to set that information up, to understand how they can create local titles and packages within the system, and then also be able to create subscriptions and view license subscriptions within the system. So when we were creating our documentation, we made sure to include step-by-step instructions, not only to set it up, so they have flexibility within their authorized values, but also how they can bring these titles in, giving them relevant examples that we know both public libraries have and academic libraries have, so they can see how to set that information up. And again, in our next presentation, you'll see a little bit more that's coming about usage statistics.
Stick around, we're in Hall 1.
So within, again, the ERM, we have agreements, licensing, and e-holdings. Usage statistics is coming, and then that'll just continue to expand. So this gives Koha a very robust expansion into the electronic resources as more and more people are taking away from print serials and moving towards a more electronic database and subscription-based services. Now they can track that information on the back end.
I'm going to talk a little bit about the staff refresh. I love it, but I, like Jessie, get confused sometimes where things live now. So it's an amazing look to what, somebody who started with Koha in 2000, even to the 3 version, just a nice update, a nice clean look to our staff interface. So I want to say thank you to everyone who commented or worked on this because it's fantastic. But let's take a look back at 3.2. Here we go. I mean, where are we now? This is insane. I found some old tutorial videos done by ByWater that are no longer available to be viewed. But this is, I mean, everyone should just be like, wow, we've come a long way. We've come a long way, babe, or something? I don't know. That's like a line from something. And then one more. Look at that bibliographic. I mean, like, come on. This is amazing. This is 3.2. I can say that when I was hired, we were moving over to the 1605, and somebody looked at these videos and said, wow, we need to update these. So what do you think they're looking at the old videos now on the website? We need to update these again. So what is new is great. But remember, we've come a long way. So as we think about this design and this look, anyone that's new to Koha, this is great. They don't have to worry about it. But it's the people that have been working in Koha for a little bit of time. When I go on site or talk to people about learning a new software, I compare it to, when we get a new transition from a PC to a Mac, or a Google phone to an Android, or an iPhone to, you have to figure out where things live. And what does that take? Time. You could be told once, where do I go for this? But then you have to continue to do it to remember where you're going. So we need to focus on a hands-on approach, giving the opportunity to play around as much as possible, and encourage patience when you're working with this new design. Encourage it. We are all super speedy at Koha, right? We're all like, we can do it, we can go, whoop, whoop. But this is going to take a pause, and I think that's really great, is to take a pause and reflect on, okay, where am I supposed to go? Cataloging, I mean, hello, this how many times?
Do you go to tools?
Do you go to tools for any badge modifications? I mean, seriously.
Yeah.
So again, it's just that we love it because now cataloging looks full and beautiful, it's robust, but we forget, and it's okay. And it's just promoting that, like, change is good and we love it. And it's great. The search bar, super tricky. I'm always stuck on it. Again, that just hands-on approach, going back and forth. I've seen some amazing changes to some libraries, staff clients, where they've kind of played around with the color or underlined where people are, making that experience a little bit more cohesive for your staff. And, we're going to talk about this later, but feedback is good. Listening to the staff to say, well, I like it, but maybe a little change, something a little bit different to really accentuate where I am on the page. And then just that, having that accessibility. We talked about the sandboxes. If people have test sites, we have a sandbox. Lots of Koha members have a sandbox to be able to get in there and play around. So when they get that new look, they're not a deer in the headlights. They're like, oh, I remember this. Okay, I have to do this, and I can manipulate that. And that's truly giving back the confidence that they had on that Friday when they left work. You want them to walk in with a confidence on a Monday. Nobody wants a bad Monday. Nobody wants a bad Monday.
So a CMS. In 2211, we also saw an easy way to create content and add custom pages to both the staff interface and the OPAC. And we saw this as a huge win for our libraries and staff, as a way for them to curate their own content and be able to help staff navigate to some of that documentation that they've created within the system. This created an opportunity for you to document your policies and have them easily accessible to your users. I think about things like just in circulation alone, where we worry about the time it takes to like charge a replacement cost if something's lost. And if you're a new staff member, like knowing where to look for that information, or you're setting up a unique patron category and you don't know which realm they fall into, having a place for your staff members to go and be able to see that information is huge to sustain their learning. It also gives them a place for them to start. So you want to encourage your users to be able to go in and find that information and empower them. And I think for us that really helps, like our users. If they want to start and try and find the answer first, they have a place to go, or of course they can come and ask a member of the community or another user.
I just thought of something. I had a library partner whose staff, a staff member could write a report, but they didn't have access to admin, so they didn't know authorized values. They didn't know the codes. So this would be a great place to have a little spreadsheet of the codes, like in this opportunity. You're not going to do much with it, but like for people that are using report, I love it. Oh, yeah. So exciting. Okay. Doing, doing, doing. Okay.
So our light bulbs are always going off, like thinking, how can we make things different? If you can tell, Kelly and I are always like, have a lot of energy and are always looking for new ways to implement and teach new employees or new staff members during the process. You know, we spent the first part of our Koha career traveling throughout the US to work with our libraries and really getting them excited to learn these things. So making sure that the documentation that we've created includes, you know, really good step-by-step instructions and organization to avoid confusion when they're looking for something within the system. We still, I think, sometimes struggle about, like with organization, like where will people look first? You know, we might be talking about a third-party integration with an outside vendor, but maybe it only has to do with the creation of patrons. So where do you keep that documentation? Where does that documentation live? And we always want to make sure that our users can find that information quickly within the system. We've also found that checklists, which seems so basic in the concept, but have been really beneficial during the upgrade process and also during the implementation process with our users, being able to just identify what they need to have completed within the system. And then again, I feel like encourage is like one of our biggest words here today, like just continue to encourage positivity so they can essentially grow their skill set and learn new things with each release that comes.
Oh, so just for fun, you know, just to try it out, I created a page. So this is in my staff interface. You can get there from the home button and it just said staff resources. I created this like little header in Canva, and then I have some links out to PDFs and areas of information for my staff. This is just one page. I mean, this is nothing really to what a lot of libraries can potentially do when they have the idea and the motivation and the realization that in one place I could give my staff everything they need. And this is just for the staff interface. Think about what we can do for the OPAC. You know, just having our staff directory on the OPAC, like beautiful, or advertising our friends at the library and having them have their own entire page on our OPAC. That's pretty fantastic. I love it. Oh, do you want to do this one? Sure, okay. We can talk at the same time.
Yeah. We 100% encourage feedback all the time, because what you think you might be presenting to your users might not be everything they need. So encouraging that interaction or communication between each other is crucial. Like for our Monday Minutes, we always ask librarians to share information. Is there something that you want to see or something that you want us to talk about? We work with our staff members. You know, if Nick tells us that something new is coming, we make sure to include that so people are aware of what this change and how it'll affect other workflows or changes within the system.
And also, everyone's library is different. So when something new comes out, they could be using it in a totally different way than another library is. So you have to kind of see the big picture in how does this work for a public, or how does this work for an academic, and how maybe an ERM is like, I'm a public library, I don't think I need that. But then you start to dig into it and go, this could really make a difference. I could do X, Y, Z. So remember, this is just not like this very, one-sided thing. Koha amazingly is built for all types of libraries. So we have about a zillion system preferences to turn things on and off. But remember, if you've turned it off 6 months ago, you can turn it back on when you realize there's a purpose to it. That's what I love.
And just constant communication. Like, keep the energy moving, keep the communication flowing out to your users, letting them know about new resources that are available. I always feel like I look in multiple locations. Having access to all the different Koha community users out there, we're routinely looking to see what other people have done. I know when the ERM first came out, we looked at everyone's documentation, Catalyst, PTFS, BibLib, everyone, just to kind of see like how people were talking about it. And that really helps, get the different types of styles and see how people are talking about it.
Exciting. Part of our presentation, as we move out of our little bit of change, part of our presentation is going back to getting involved in the Koha community, because once we start working with our staff and embracing that change and getting them super excited, what do you think they're going to do next? I've got something I'd love to see happen in Koha. Then they start to be that person that says, I want to do more, or I have something that I'd like to see, or I'd like to change in Koha. So here we go.
Oh, I just want to say, there's so many things we want to say. And I think the most important and valuable thing about this community is that everybody has a voice. Everyone can talk about what they want. They can give feedback. They can go in there. Even if they don't feel comfortable, they can talk to another individual and share that information. Like, how good does that make you feel? Like, librarians, when they say, oh, this would be awesome if Koha could do this, or wouldn't it be cool if we could add this? And just being able to hear your voice and share that with other people, doesn't that make you just love all things?
Yes, it does. Yes, it does, Jessie.
So we encourage people all the time, give feedback, get them to ask questions, and really feel as they're a part of the community. All voices are heard.
And then, encourage them to join the community, whether you do it with them or you do it on behalf of them, or they want to do it themselves. Join the conversation. Have that conversation to even just go into Bugzilla. You found the bug that was already filed. Make a comment. There are so many feelings that come along with having that voice to say, I would like to see this. I mean, I always go back to the emojis on my Apple phone. For release after release, we would get new emojis. Wouldn't it be great if you got to pick an emoji? I mean, think about it. I've got a great idea. We need an emoji for whatever. Anyways, so this is an opportunity to, and I see it a lot when people are starting to use Koha. They're like, why do we have to do that? That's the exact moment you need to grab them and say, okay, why do we need to do that? How can we change? What should we do? And you can go through that process right then and say, let's file a bug. Let's see if somebody else is asking that question.
And be the change. Sometimes this can be the hardest. I often think back to a TED Talk that I saw once where this person was talking about being a leader. And it was a festival, a music festival, where a band was playing and nobody was dancing in the crowd yet. And one person walked out and started dancing by themselves for about maybe 3 or 4 minutes. And then one person came back out and started dancing with them. And after that second person came, all of the rest of the people came out and started dancing with them. And just from that one person to come and join the movement, everybody else started to come. And so I often think about that. Be that one person to help push that change forward, and you can really make an impactful difference to the users. Ooh, this is great. Yeah.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Thank you. Thank you. You did amazing. I love it. We do have time for questions. If anyone's got some. Come on. Yes. Oh.
Well, I suspect that it's not always that easy. You know,
No.
you get customers that are really hesitant to change, and my question is, how do you handle that?
I think back to, do you remember when I think it was the basic editor, when things started to float in cataloging module? Do you remember that, when things were floating? People were not happy about that. So what we usually try to do is try to find the best, or like, how did that change help move something else forward? You know, people get used to their set in ways. Like, okay, I always had to scroll to the bottom and hit save, but now, you know, the save button floats at the top. So we try to think of ways that it's made things easier for them, which they don't always want to hear. But that's, I think, what we try to do, is just like find how it could have made their life easier, and tell them that if they want to make a suggestion, they can make a suggestion that'll go back. But it's not always easy. This release with the UX change, people were, longtime users were very
Vocal and hesitant at
Yeah.
the same time, right? And I think that's one of the most challenging parts about this completely is managing the change, or being that change maker, being that cheerleader for change. And, you know, sometimes that can fall on deaf ears. Like you could rah all day long, and they're like, I don't want to do that. And it's also about finding the person that does like it and being their best friend. Mm-hmm. And then you talk to them, and that person can make a difference too, because they're in the tunnel with them. You know, they're being that person for you after you leave. You're welcome. Oh. We've got a question from Andrew.
This is a bit of a difficult question, maybe. So it might be just one for us to talk about during the week. Mm-hmm. But do we think it's ever time to put the brakes on change? So I'm thinking about how scared some people are about AI, for example. And I'm thinking about my mum, who really struggles to access her banking now because things have just changed too much, and tech's moved too quickly for her. So do we think, as a community, we need to be responsive to not just bringing people along with change as in training and support, but actually thinking from a tech point of view, what's the pace, and should we be mindful of the pace?
I will say 2211 was a big change for people. That was a lot. We got a lot of feedback from people that they were just unsure of things that changed within the system. So it's hard for me to express, like.
Did anyone look at the new CERC matrix a few years back when it was being talked about changing the CERC rule matrix? That scared the living daylights out of me. Yeah. At that point, I thought, we're moving too fast because I don't know how this works. But you can comment and you can talk about it in the community to the person that's working on it, and asking those questions and kind of pushing back to make sure everything is going to get done in that. Like, let's make sure it's great, not just put it out there. And I guess we go back to the community. That UX, if you look at how many comments were on that UX design bug, people were slowing down and saying, wait a second, what happens if I, go really big, or, I think at one point there were no words. There were just the symbols for check in and check out. And I was like, oh no. And I think that's the best part about open source is you have a voice. So make that voice loud and clear to say, or can you, I guess I should ask this, Nick, can you make a bug in discussion, or Katrin? Yeah, like you yourself can just say, I think this needs to be talked about, slow it down. Is that okay?
I'd like Tomas, our current release manager, to answer that question.
Yeah, oh, that's right. I felt bad for Tomas. Yeah.
Speak. You should tell us. We are programmers. We don't know about libraries. We've learned a lot, but we don't know your workflows. We like to hear that. Like, we always welcome that. And big changes are problematic for us too, because our bugs get stuck. Our bugs get linked to major bugs. So yeah, we want to hear you early, and it requires you to be really involved in the process. We try to communicate with you through, for example, our roadmap, where we say what we want to do during the cycle. It doesn't always work well because people don't look at that too often. But I think users should be more involved than they are now.
Thanks, Tomas. Thank you. Any other questions? He's like, how am I going to get there?
Our boss just found the tool for creating own pages. Do you have an extensive video library so I can practice about it?
Yeah, everything that we create, videos all live on our YouTube channel, but then if you go to bywatersolutions.com, we have a Learn tab, and when you click on that, there's a link to Koha, and that has everything in there for documentation for new users, for every different module, and we want people in the community to use it. So if there's something that you don't see or you can't find, Kelly and I are here all week. We really want to talk to everyone, and we want to hear your ideas, so please stop us and tell us during the week what you're doing also, and we'd be happy to sit down and show you some of it too.
What, in your experience, are the best ways to communicate when you want to communicate about people's needs and discuss about them? Because in the Finnish environment, we have a Slack, we have wiki pages, and we have a Jira, and we send a lot of email, and every way have the good points and bad points. And one thing about like participating in the more global discussion is that I'm a little bit intimidated about IRC channels and things like that I haven't used since my youthful years. So, so what would be your suggestion? What kind of platform would be the best?
Well, we find just with learning how people have different learning styles. Some people may prefer videos over blog posts, over step-by-step instructions. We also find that users have different ways of digesting information. So in essence, we try to hit as many different platforms as possible. So we have traditional emails that get sent out to our user lists. We have some people that just don't want to be on email lists anymore, and they prefer going to like Slack or IRC to find that information. So we make sure that our access to that information is shared on those like instant messaging platforms. And then we use social media a lot as an outlet to reach our users, because one thing we found that's been very difficult is when we work with libraries, sometimes there's maybe 5 people within the library that have access to our communication. But think about the 48 other people that work at that library and that are using Koha and don't have access to our email list. Social media has been really good for us to hit those mediums, so people can find us and share our videos and our educational resources, and that's been really, really huge for us, for them to be able to access it that way. So that way we've hit multiple targets, which takes some coordination, but just like learning styles, there's different communication styles.
No. Then we can bring this session to the end, and great thanks to the speakers.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And now we have the lunch hour, if I remember no? Oh, no, nothing. That's the thing, we have sushi now, yes.
Please, yeah. Okay, just a second. Just a sec, I'll turn.
At 12 o'clock sharp, so please take your seats, so we will be punctuous.
Okay, let's get underway. So I'm Jonathan Field. I'm one of the founders of PTFS Europe, and we're coming up to lunchtime, so we're going to be dishing up a little bit of sushi before lunch. So what I want to talk about really in this next half an hour, as Jessie and Kelly mentioned, we had this big piece of new functionality in 2211, the Electronic Resources Management module, which has been great. It's been a really good enhancement. It added the ability to add agreements, licenses, e-holdings. And our development team over the last 3 months or so, and Matt is one of those who's over there, has been working on adding usage statistics to that module as well. So that's a very important enhancement. And as part of that, we've added the ability to add data platforms or providers and reports as well. So just before I show you what we're going to have a look at, data providers or platforms, as publishers often call them, this is really your the place where you can get counter-compliance statistics that your publisher will provide to you. So counters are very well-defined standards. I don't know how many of you are familiar with the Project Counter website, but there is this registry that allows you to look at all the publishers that are out there. It allows you to see what they support. So, for example, if we just perhaps have a look at Wiley. We've got some information about the publisher. We can see they support Counter 5. We can look at their SUSHI credentials, so the endpoint, the API endpoint where we harvest the statistics from. And importantly, we can see what counter report types they support. So there's a large range of counter reports that are available. And you can see here that Wiley are supporting a lot of them, but not the item reports. There's probably a very good reason that's the case. So this is a good resource if you just want to go and look up information about what is supported. And we're going to use this in order to sort of get our SUSHI information. So SUSHI stands for the Standardized Usage Statistics Harvesting Initiative, which slips off the tongue beautifully. What it is really a mechanism to automate the gathering of those counter statistics into a system. It gives you an endpoint, an API endpoint, where you can go and grab those statistics. The other half of it is the ability to actually report on those statistics, and that's hugely important because libraries more and more are questioning the value of these electronic resources that they're purchasing. What actually is the value to us? Are we actually having users engaging with these platforms, and therefore are we getting value for money out of them? So we've chosen to actually report all 4 of the counter report types. A counter as a standard has 4 report types: platform, database, title, and item reports. And they all start with a character at the beginning, so PR, DR, T, IR, and then they'll have a sort of suffix, which is the report name. So there's platform reports. These are very general summaries, really, of platform usage, overall platform usage. Database reports, they all start DR, and they're very specific activity to the usage of specific databases that you might subscribe to. Then the T reports, these are the title reports, and these are probably the most useful. They give you usage statistics of specific e-journal titles, so it's very useful to be able to identify exactly how well an individual title that's perhaps purchased individually or as part of a package is being used. And then finally, the IR, the item reports. So these are sometimes used for sort of multimedia items, things like that. So again, another report type. And right now, we're only going to support counter 5 unless there's a very good reason to go back and support counter 4. So at the minute, we don't really have a use case. Most of the big publishers support counter 5. So at this point, we're looking at counter 5 and then moving forward from counter 5 as it evolves. Okay, so let's go and have a look at what we've done. So I'm here on my demo system. So we've got the electronic resources management module enabled. And for those of you who've already gone and looked at it, some of this will be familiar to you. So at the top here, we've got the agreements, the licenses, the e-holdings, your packages, your titles. But we've got this new menu at the bottom here, which is all for e-usage. So this is where we first of all set up our providers or platforms. And it gives us the option to set up the SUSHI details, and then the ability underneath that to report on what we're harvesting. So let's just have a look at our... A little bit bigger? Yeah. How's that? A little bit better? Let's see if I can go a bit bigger. What's that? Okay, so these are our data providers. The first thing to just notice in this table, so I've already set up 5 providers here to show you. And the first thing just to notice about this table is we can see the last time we've harvested data from this provider. So that's our last run date. And we can see whether this provider is active or inactive. So do we actually want to harvest from this provider or don't we? Now, harvesting can take place in one of 2 ways. It can take place by us manually harvesting. That's what this button here is for. But it can also take place via a cron script that runs in the background. Now, regardless of whether you do it via the cron script or via the UI, we only ever will harvest active providers. And just to show you sort of how that works, you can see this provider is inactive. If I hit the Run Now button, it tells me this provider is actually inactive at the moment. Do we want to change their status? So for now, we'll just leave them. We've also got a button here to test the SUSHI credentials. So I've already input some SUSHI credentials into these providers, and the SUSHI standard has an endpoint, an API endpoint that allows you to test the credentials and ensure that that endpoint is active, ready, and waiting to gather statistics. So that's what this test button does. And I discovered first thing this morning that the university network is blocking that traffic. So I'm hoping this is going to work because I'm tethered to my phone. But if I just test the relief, so we've got we can see that the endpoint is there, it's active, I can talk to the endpoint. So that's a great start. Let's just have a look at one of these providers now. So I'm going to take this one here, the Books and Platforms provider, and I'm just going to edit the form just to show you what the form looks like. So just to say the edit form is exactly the same as the new provider button. You see here, it's the same, exactly the same form. So what we can see here is we've got the data provider name, a description, and then a number of required fields. So just looking through these, first of all, whether the harvest status is set to active or inactive. So that's what we saw on the previous screen. And then importantly, the report types that this platform or provider supports. So this goes back to this registry here. So here we can see all these reports are supported. And I've actually set up 2 different reports for this provider, but if I drop down the menu here, you can see there's a whole quite a long list of report types that are available. And these cover the whole breadth of report types that are available via Counter. So you can either add new ones or remove them as you want to. So you just add the reports that are supported and required. And then importantly, at the bottom of the field, the ability to add the SUSHI credentials. So this will be the endpoint, again, as described on the registry. And then very specific credentials that will be unique to your institution, so API keys or usernames that are unique to your institution. Okay, let's jump out of there, and I'm going to go and just view the books and platforms provider now, just to show you what we've got on this screen here. So again, on this details page, we can see a summary of what is supported, what report types are supported. We can see the SUSHI credentials, but we can also see we've got multiple tabs here, and we've got a separate tab for each report type, for the titles, the items, the databases, and the platforms. Now, this provider supports both, or we're asking this provider to provide both title reports and platform reports. So I would suspect to find no information under items or databases, which is the case. But if I have a look under perhaps titles, you can see that actually we have some harvested data already, because this is one that I harvested earlier. So we've actually got some harvested data from this platform. And we've got this nice table here, so I can search within if I'm looking for something specific. We've got the ability to export the data out if you want to export it out to an Excel spreadsheet or somewhere else. And again, if I look under platforms, we can see that we've actually got some platform information here as well. Now, we've got another tab to the right of databases, the ability to manually upload a file. So there are publishers who don't provide a SUSHI endpoint, but they can provide you with a counter-compatible file to upload. So they might send that to you by email or FTP it to you or something like that. So if you can't access a SUSHI endpoint, you do have the ability to upload a counter file. And just to show you how that works, I've got a title file which I'm going to upload. In fact, what I'll do is I'm just going to edit this, and I'm going to add to my report types TRJ1, which is journal requests. I'm going to save that. And then I'm going to manually upload this file. So it's a very standard manual upload dialog box. And here's my small title report. I did a small one because the long one takes forever and we haven't got time. But we're going to just open that one, submit it, and within a second or two, it's actually import that counter file. Now, I know within that file, there's a title called allergy. So if this has worked properly, I should be able to find that title now in the title list. And there it is. So that was one of the titles that was in that file. Now that will have also imported any statistics from the counter file related to that data. The final tab here is an import log, and this really is an audit trail of what has happened. So if that's worked correctly, you can see there's the file I uploaded just now, but these are the two files I uploaded before I traveled out to Helsinki. Now, the nice thing about this is we store the counter file permanently in Koha. Unless you delete it, we store it. So if you want to export it to some other third-party system or put it into Excel, you can actually download that counter file and take it into a different system. And if you're not familiar with what a counter file looks like, this is what it looks like. So again, if I just make that a bit bigger, you have institutional information at the top. This is all really your header information. And then scrolling down the page, you've got your title information, and then you've got your counts by month and year. So that's what the native counter file looks like. Okay, let's go back to the data providers then. And the next thing really to talk about is actually harvesting that data. So I've harvested some data by uploading a counter file, but I now want to harvest some data via SUSHI. And as I mentioned, there's two ways to do that. I can use the Run Now button, but probably in reality and in practice, you'll run the cron script, which runs in the background, which is called the ERM Run Harvester. And that will just go through all your providers and collect data for all of those. So counter statistics are monthly, so typically maybe you run this once a month, once every couple of months to do the harvesting. And it will only harvest your active providers, of course. There's also an option on that cron script to do a dry run. So that will only tell you what would have happened without actually importing the statistics. So that's quite a nice little feature. It also goes back to your last run date to identify when the last statistics were collected from that provider, and it will attempt to collect everything since there. So the statistics are incrementally growing as the script is periodically running. And the final thing to say is that when the script runs or when we run the importer, it will add any new titles to that title database that we saw just now. If the title has previously been harvested, it won't add the title, it will only add the statistics, the latest statistics for that title. And again, we'll see that in just a moment. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to harvest this provider here, this multiple reports provider, and they provide the TRJ1 and TRJ2 reports. So I'm going to take a deep breath. I'm going to see whether this works. So it's asking me when I want to harvest the data for. So if I want to do a one-off ad hoc, maybe just capture last month's statistics, I can just go back a month. But what I'm going to do here is I'm going to go back to last year, the beginning of last year, and get all the statistics from the 1st of January 2022. Okay, so I've run that. What that does is it schedules 2 background jobs, not 1, 2, 1 for each report. And if we just open these in a new window, you can see it's going to request the SUSHI service, and it's got a progress bar here. And this is where I start feeling a little bit nervous. And see, right, this is good news. So we've got the progress bar now starting. So one of the things that we've enhanced is the background jobs process, so that you actually get a progress bar rather than just it's finished. And if I refresh this page, you can see we get a progress of the number of titles in the file that have been processed, so it's not just the file. Now that's going to take a moment or two to harvest, so while that's happening, I'm going to go back here and just point out this button here, which is the data provider's summary. So this is an at-a-glance screen that tells you for each of your providers what data do we have from them, and what is the oldest data that we have from that provider, and what is the newest data that we have from that provider. So for the books that I already harvested, we can see that we had up to, goes back to January 2022, and the last harvest was data for June, so we haven't got July or August yet. And that background job I'm running now, we can see that I've harvested title reports again, going back to 2022, and right up to last month, up to July. Okay, let's go back here and let's just check they've both run. They have. Happy days. So we can see that from this provider we've harvested 2,688 rows of data. So that's great. 21,000 statistics, 22,000 statistics. And we can see the list of titles that have been added to the titles database. And we've got this checkbox here because it's a new title, so it's been added. But if we perhaps have a look at this journal here, the AORN journal, and we go and have a look at that other file, this file only had 450 rows, but we'll notice that the AORN journal already existed because it came in as part of the first file. So we didn't add the title, but we have added the statistics. Okay, so that's great, that's harvested. So if I go back here, back to our data providers, and we just go into that provider now, I'm hoping that under titles, we'll see some data. So this is all the harvested data. I didn't show you previously, but it was empty previously, honestly. But we can search within again. And again, we can export all the data if we need to. And if we just have a quick look at the import logs, there are the two files I imported just now. So again, we've got an audit trail of what's happened. Okay, so that's the harvesting of the data. Let's have a look at the reporting side of it. So I think the first thing to say is, the most important thing to say really is we have deliberately kept the reporting for ERM separate from Koha's reporting module. And the main reason for that is because of the uniqueness and the structure of the data and the way you need to report on it. So it's not that you can't report on it through the Koha reports module. You can do. The tables are still accessible. You can still search on it. But as you'll see in a minute when I start creating a few reports, the data is quite unique. So first thing to say is you can have a saved report. So here's one I created before I came here. It's Wiley eBooks, and I can just select it, and I can just run it. So I'm going to run it, and you can see what we've got here is titles, and they're from that books and platforms provider, and we can see month by month counts with the total at the end. At the top, we've got this dialog box here where we can switch between the years. Because we have got data going back to 2022, I'm just looking at 2023 at the minute, but I can go back and look at the previous year if I want to. You'll also notice we've got a delete button here if we need to get rid of this report and start again. But let's just create a custom report, one from scratch. And again, you'll notice that we've got some required fields here. And it's important to also point out that there are some dependencies between these fields. So, for example, if I select a specific report type, like PRP1, platform usage, it doesn't show me every provider, it's only showing me the providers who actually support that report type, because otherwise it could be quite a long list. But if I remove that, we can see all the providers. In the same way, the metric types, they're also specific to certain report types. So until I select a report type, it won't show me what the metric type is. So if I choose, again, platform usage, you can see that I have total searches by platform. But that total searches by platform isn't relevant for a title report. So if I remove that and just do a title report, again, we've got a completely different drop-down list. So these are all context sensitive. So let's just run one. Let's just run one by month. I'm going to go to that books and platforms provider. I'm going to just take a platform report. That's just a summary, a very generic summary report. Just number of searches by platform, 2022 to 2023. So pretty straightforward report. To point out here, we've got report columns. So we can add additional report columns to the report, but in this case, you can see these are grayed out because actually that data is not in the data that I'm reporting on. And then I'll come back and talk about this in just a moment, but by default, I'm just going to have a table that limits by 12 columns, 1 column per month. So let's just run that. And you can see it's a very straightforward report. It is simply a summary by platform, by month. As we saw, we've actually only got data up till June, so we've got nothing beyond that. But if I go back and look at 2022, I've got data for the whole year there to go back and look at. Again, I can export this data out if I want to take it to Excel or some other platform, analytics platform. Okay, let's try a different report this time. And this time we'll do a report by month, but with period totals. I'm going to take that journal provider I just harvested, and we're going to have a look at a TRJ1 report, journal requests. And again, I want both of these, so I'm going to leave it blank. I'll just show you both of them. And again, we'll just go 2021 to 2022 to 23, and we'll just do that. We'll add the online ISSN as well, because that's available. Now this time, rather than just taking 12 months, I'm going to select no, and I'm going to say which months I want. So if I want to look at a particular month to analyze the data for, see how quiet August is, I could just look at 1 month, or I can take a couple of months out. So let's just take out August and July, for example, and run that. So again, you can see counts by month, but you can see that there's quite a long scroll bar. So that's really why we set the default at those 12 rows per page, because it fits beautifully to that. Okay, and then finally, let's just create a new report. And this time I'm just going to do a report by year. I use my books and platforms report. I'm going to use a TRB1, do 2022 to 2023. And this time I'm going to save it. I'm going to save it as the annual ebook summary. And then I can either run it now, or if I go back to my reports, my saved reports, it's there on my list. So if I want to add new reports, I can do that. So that's where we're at right now. Just to go back, sort of to finish off really, what's next? So Matt and Pedro have pretty much finished the writing the code, and they're going to submit it to the community either this week whilst they're here or next week when they get back home. And with the hope that what we've produced so far will get into 23.11. The one thing we want to add before the release, if we can, and if we're successful with the submission of this code, is the cost per use. That's really the holy grail of metrics. It's the one for every click of a journal. Actually, how much did that cost you? So it's fantastic for analyzing your packages and titles within those packages. There's two very specific pieces of work we've been sponsored to do. One actually relates to the holdings module, and that's the ability to import KBART2 files. So that'll be great for publishers other than EBSCO, where they don't have an interactive API and you just want to load holdings, electronic holdings from them. So that's the important piece. The ability to add aggregators. So in some regions, aggregators provide aggregated statistics for all your platforms. So there's the German National Statistics Server, but in the UK we have a service called JUSP, who also do the same thing. And again, we've been sponsored to add the ability to do that. We'd quite like to add a specific set of default reports in those saved reports that might just be useful for everyone. So that's probably something we'll have a look at. And finally, we'd very much welcome some testers to come forward, because at this point, when we submit the code next week, there's some testing to be done. There's a lot of QA to be done. And without it getting tested and QA'd, it won't get into 2311. So if you want to see it, please speak to me, speak to Matt, or contact us, after this week, and get involved in testing that. So I think I've pretty much finished exactly on time. Might be time for a question or two.
We don't ruin the timetable if we have a couple of questions in the audience. But
otherwise, it's sushi time.
Yes, I'm afraid it's not sushi, but the lunch is served in the cafeteria. You find the stairs down when you walk the corridor forward on your left side. And as I said, if you want to wait 5 minutes, so perhaps the queues don't grow that huge suddenly. And if you have any question about optional lunch places, just ask, for example, me. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
You give it a go? Okay. So welcome back. I'm the first of the lunch, which is always a bit of a hard slot. I hope you don't fall asleep. My name is Katrin Fischer. I'm from Germany. I work at the Library Service Center in Baden-Württemberg. I'm trying. Okay, maybe I'll try to talk louder, and you tell me again if it gets too quiet again. Okay. Yeah, I'm not a loud talker. I'm sorry for that. So, okay, I talked today about how to bring your Koha to Koha, and I'm going to explain what it means to you. So, Koha is a noun in the Maori language. It means gift, present, offering, donation, contribution, especially one maintaining social relationships, and has connotations of reciprocity. Like Chris is waving wildly at me, that's slightly disturbing. Okay, so that is what you maybe not have known before. So a Koha is if you're like invited somewhere for a special event, you can bring your special something to give to your host, so that will be your Koha. And it works really well for an open source project, which Koha is also. Koha is also the first open source ILS, so it's a software, it's also a project and a community. And my talk is going to focus on the community part. A quick word about the logo. So maybe you've wondered what like the wave means, the green wave in the logo means. It's actually not a wave, because I get asked that a lot. It's a fern front, also called a koru. And the logo, it means like, stands for growth, new beginnings, and unlimited possibilities. So that fits our purpose very well. And I took that photo in my neighbor's garden. Might tell them one day. So who's the community? So you all are. You already are. You don't need to like pay a membership fee. We don't count like people by organizations. Like everyone is just a member, and you're very welcome. And I am very happy to be part of this too. And you're not a developer, so that doesn't matter. But I'd like to steal an idea from Jessie and Kelly and ask, who is a developer in here? And who would say they're not a developer? Yeah, okay. So I'm talking to you because we need you, because the community is not just about programming and writing patches. We also need like a lot of other things to be done. And that's what my talk is about, actually. And if you're a developer and you want to pick up some of these tasks too, you're welcome. So what is it that you can do? You can be visible, like leave the Powered by Koha in your OPAC. Share your usage statistics with HEA. HEA is a community website where you can share anonymous statistics about how you use Koha, like your configuration settings and some numbers, but you can also like show up on the map there with the name of your library. You can share your migration story at any event, like when you're meeting up with libraries in your area, you can tell them about what is great about Koha and about your story with it. You can share your best practices. You can help people on the mailing lists. Like we have 2 big mailing lists. One is the Koha, and one is the Koha Devil. So one is more technical, and one is user-centered. And you can chat, tweet, blog, sing. We really don't care. Just share and communicate. And even if something is not good, you can share that as well. There's not like we don't only want you to praise Koha, but you can also be like, yeah, we would love if it did that, or this is not working very well for us. That's also sharing, and it's also shows that you care. You can also work on translations. I forgot to count how many languages we already have, but it's a lot. And there's a lot to translate, because we don't only translate the application, we also translate the manual. And that's a lot of text. And yes, translation can be a bit boring, but it's a very valuable contribution, and the more people do it, the less boring it will be. Oh, almost jumped over a slide. You can help with our wiki. And that can be just make the pages prettier, fix the formatting, fix the page categories, make things easier to find. You can also update the contents. You can share your SQL reports that you're proud of. or not so proud of, I don't know. And you can share jQuery snippets, you can help us moderate account requests, so there's always a lot to do. And I'm pretty sure I forgot things, so that's always the dots on the slides, so if you can come up with something else that might be useful, just do it. And you can help with documentation. I think there will be a workshop on documentation too, so just jump in there. I know our documentation team is very nice and friendly and very happy to have you. So the same, you can start with like simple stuff like fixed typos and grammar. You can also file bugs about stuff that is missing from the manual. So if you don't find something, just file a bug for it. You can help us fix the screenshots as we now have the new staff interface design. All the screenshots look a little out of date, so there's a lot of work to be done there. And I know that Jobu, will give a presentation on how to automate that. So that's also a big area we need help with. And you can join the documentation team meetings. Again, very friendly people. Don't be scared. And you can help us on the bug tracker. The bug tracker has about like over 30,000 bugs now. Not all of them are open, thankfully. But I think about 6,000 are. So you can start easy again, like vote on bugs that are important to you. You have like 100 votes, I think, and you can, like, for every bug you can say, I put 10 votes there. It's not a guarantee that something will get fixed, but it will help us to see where there's like really interest or is a big problem. It will make things stand out. You can discuss and give feedback, and you can explain how your library works and why the bug is bad. Like give your use cases and explain it, because developers often don't know. Like once they get explained something, it gets easier to fix it. And also like every library works differently. So that's very valuable information for the next library looking at it and asking themselves how to use a feature. So this information is really great to have. You can, of course, file new bugs and also enhancements. In Koha, we call everything a bug, even if it's not like some faulty behavior, but a new idea or an innovative feature. That's also a bug to us when it comes to Bugzilla. So if you do all that, you can become a bug wrangler too, which is a role on the release team, and it's an ideal role to start out with. I was a bug wrangler once, and it's really fun to be. So I often have the impression that people are scared of Bugzilla, so don't be, and I explain why. Why you should file a bug first. If you file the bug, it can be fixed. If it's not known, we can fix it, so it's as easy as that. You will help others not to run into the same problem. You can, like, if it's a new feature idea, you can promote that, and more people will see it, and maybe you can make partnerships, like for funding, or just to work out the specification a bit more, get more views and perspectives on your idea. You can find sponsoring partners. Yeah, so it's a good thing. And that's how I'm a QA manager, so that's how I like my bugs best, with a needle through the back. Dead, not moving, not coming back. That's the preferred way. So, and to make you like more likely to file a bug, what could go wrong? I prove to you nothing can go wrong. So say you don't phrase your bug ideally, it's not understood, you get asked questions, so it's great. It fosters discussion, we can think about new angles, we'll help to identify potential issues with it, so not a problem at all. You get told it's already filed, it's a duplicate. So, okay, problem confirmed, 2 people have the same problem. That's great, we can replicate it. You find a potential sponsorship partner. You can share ideas and maybe workarounds, so not a problem. You get told it's a configuration issue. Your bug is marked invalid. It's not a bad thing. You can fix it instantly, no updates required. Problem solved, it's great. So, and you might learn about a nice workaround another library is using, like, yeah, this is a bug, but we found this way to get around it for now. And you can learn that from Bugzilla because someone else will see yours and comment on it. Again, that's great. So, best way, you get told it's already implemented in the next version. Awesome, you're done. Just close the bug. We don't mind if there's many bugs. We just need to keep track of them, so it's all good. So nothing can go wrong, please file bugs on Bugzilla. So next thing, test. So next level. But it can be really easy because you can test on your own installation. Just when you do, please put the version you tested in on the bug. So we know that it's in older versions too, and in the latest version, so it helps narrow it down and where the bug fix needs to go. You can also use a Koha demo installation. There's always like the newest versions we have on the website with free demos. They get reset nightly sometimes, so be careful if you do like a complex configuration. But you can, you're very allowed to use them. And next, which is really great, you can spin up a sandbox. So I put links at the end of the presentation with all the pages to this, links to the pages. The sandbox system allows you to just fill out a short form, and then you get your own Koha installation, like with sample data, and if you want with the bug, like with patches of a special bug applied, so you can test, and it will be your own, and you can run stuff on it, and you don't need to install anything. So that's really awesome. I use it for demos too, like if I want to show some new feature to my coworkers, it's a very easy way to do that. So, and of course you can build your own dev environment. You might get curious if you work through all the things in the end and want to try it, and it works on every operating system. Like if you have Windows or Linux or Mac, will be able to use it, and it comes like set up with all the stuff that developers use, but you don't have to go through the steps. So, on a bit of a lighter note, give us your recipes. So there's a bug for cookie, ice cream, and fudge flavors. We're happy to have that as well. We also started a Koha cookbook where we're collecting recipes from all over the world from the Koha people. So that's also a way to contribute. Just get creative. Like, you might want to create a Koha knitting pattern. Like, I know some of us are on Ravelry, so I know a few Koha people there. You can create Koha fashion. Like, maybe you'd want to design a Koha super librarian cape. I'd like one. Still jealous of Chris's. You can make Koha art, or you can write Koha poetry like Fred in the US does. So shout out to Fred and his poetry. And you can just contribute your very own superpower to Koha. So, but why all that? So someone like famous said, it's all about the people. So community is people. It's like you can build great relationships. Like maybe you've seen us hugging in the mall. That's how it is with Koha people. We hug and we're happy to see each other, even if it's only once a year or once every few years. You can learn from others and grow your own skill set. And we're very happy to help with that in the community. And you get to improve Koha to fit yours and other people's needs. And how great is that? You can really make an impact on the thing that you use, and you can make a change. And it's really like low level with Koha, and that's what I really love about this community. So, and last but not least, fame. Of course, fame. So if you sign off something or test something or write something or document something, you'll show up on the dashboard, and you'll also show up in the release notes. So yeah, get your name there. And that's it. I hope I made it clear that it's a topic very close to my heart, because I'm a librarian and I started out with the bug wrangling and all that, so I went through all this. And I can only recommend being an active part of the community, because it's a lot of fun, and will, yeah, you give something back, but the community will give you much more. Thank you.
Sorry about my shoes, but does anyone have questions, comments on Katrin?
Don't worry, Katrin, it's just a comment. And thank you for talking about the documentation team. So to everyone else, hi, I'm Aude. I'm the documentation manager for this cycle, and Caroline is around, who was the previous documentation manager. And documentation, I got into it because it's really easy, because it's mostly about knowing how to use Koha and sharing that knowledge with other people by making sure it's in the manual. And I think, as we all know, there are gaps in the manual and things to improve. So we are always looking for people who are enthusiastic about sharing that knowledge and experience. So if you're interested in participating in Koha through documentation, feel free to talk to us as well.
I was just checking the wiki page, the PPT which you have shown. I just want to check that I have gone through that SQL library one, and the main page, which is Koha. Is there any other pages, how it is structured? Is it that the Koha would be the parent and other would be the child?
Sorry, I didn't fully understand. You went to the Koha wiki and you looked
So
for
in the wiki, the first parent page will be wiki, Koha, and then under it, there will be a child SQL library wiki.
There is a page to the SQL reports library, and I can put a link in the presentation too. So
Okay.
it'll be easier to find. But if you put in like any browser and any search engine, you put like SQL reports library Koha, it will come up. That's what I usually do. Like
There was one jQuery wiki also.
the jQuery is the same.
So
Yeah, you
how
just
to find?
jQuery library Koha, and you end up on the wiki page for it.
Okay, okay, got it. Thank you.
Thank
Yes,
you.
our wiki could like do with some more like helpful hints and stuff. So that's a task for someone.
Any other comments, questions? I feel a sting in the heart because we all know how important these kinds of contributions are, and then you always find that you are a little bit too busy to really go there and do your do your little thing, but this gives at least us the moment to talk again and think again about how we could really contribute more to the common good. If that's all, then I think we give an applause to Katrin once more. Thank you. And this time I will check. That it's me. Hey. And I will also invite to the podium Johanna Vesterinen. Johanna is the director of the Finnish repository library from Kuopio. And let me just adjust our presentation. Tyhjä. National Library of Finland, and I am running the team that, among other things, provides Koha services not only in the National Library but to 16 other academic libraries. in Finland. And that's not all the Koha in Finland. We have the Koha in public libraries. There are about 100 municipalities that use Koha, and the services to them is provided by Koha Suomi Limited. That is one of the organizers of this conference, and it's a company owned by those municipalities that run Koha, so that they have centralized the development and much of the maintenance work in that non-profit company. Me and Johanna are going to talk about what in the program says future milestones, but we have actually 2 because of the limited time. And we may seem to be contradicting each other in that in the first part we are saying that an old technology is a good one and it should be kept alive, and then that's Johanna's part, and then I will say that some technology we are using now is obsolete and we should get rid of it. And how to combine these 2 things is then something that we might perhaps discuss in the future. But Johanna is going to talk to us about interlibrary loans and what we want to do with them in Finland.
Thank you. So, hello everybody, nice to see you all here. It's a good start for a coming autumn to see you and discuss about our common issues all together here within these 3 days. So, let's start with the, well, maybe not the newest technology, but technology in some way. You all who work at the libraries, you are very familiar with the interlibrary loans, aren't you? You know what we are dealing with. So one library lends material from another, and the end user, so the clients, will get what they want at the end, and they don't see how the magic is done in between. And we, the librarians, are very familiar with the process in behind the scenes. And as we know it also, the clients, our customers, have various kinds of needs, what they want, and how they want, and when they want it. So the ILL has many benefits in those services, as we know, and we can't pass the economic part as well. So you don't have to own, so to say, everything at your own collection or at your own library. You can lend or borrow it from another one, and that's how it's done. That's how we have done for decades, haven't we? And we are still doing it. But the methods, they may change and have changed. So as we all know this part as well, e-books are here to stay and all e-materials are here to stay, and we are used to using them. We know how to deal with these items, and our clients know even better. But let's face it, we will never get rid of printed material. And do we want it? Well, I would say we don't. Here you can see the publishing, how it has developed in Finland within 1 century. So the fiction it has reached its certain level and it has stayed there for a long time, but non-fiction printing is going down, and because of the e-material, and it's rising and rising, and I think that we both are pretty sure that way is going a bit lower and a way much lower than what it is right now. But still we are going to need the printed material. And this is where my part really starts, and my library, which I represent. So the National Repository Library of Finland is a library of printed material. We have some 2.2 million books, could be more, near 3 million or so. 120,000 periodicals we have in our bookshelves, and our collection is increasing some 60,000 items per year, and each year. We don't do much weeding in our collection or from our collection. We are a library of other libraries, so we don't have any individual clients using our library. So in that kind of way, our services are a bit invisible to the so-called end users or our clients. But we want to change this part. How our collection increases? Well, it increases like that the libraries, they are doing weeding in their own collections, and they check our library collections. And if they notice that this certain item is not yet in National Repository Library, then they are able to send it to our collection. We receive it, we catalogue it, and then it's ready for use. And it should be easily found everywhere and for everyone. We give out some 80,000 loans per year, and this number includes some 15,000 scanned articles to our clients and libraries as well. And this is something quite unique, I dare to say, that we are totally free of charges library. So every library can use our collections free of charge. And when they weed collection, they are able to send the material to our library free as well. So we will deal with the bills and so. National Repository Library is part of Finnish Ministry Culture and Education, and we get our funding from the state budget. And 18 librarians work at the library right now. So quite a compact pact we have there. And our library is not located in Helsinki. It's located in Kuopio, which is some 400 kilometers up from here to north of Finland. Okay, so let's talk about some basic facts and little about these ILL processes. It should be very smooth. It should be easy, efficient, and economical as well. And it should be very easy for customers. You just push one button from the database to order an item you want or your customer wants. And it's in most cases operates like this, doesn't it? You all know what I'm talking about. The whole process should be very efficient for libraries as well. It all should be very automatic, and the messages from one library to our library to another library should be very easy to use. It should be very automatic as well. But I'm not quite sure are we there yet. We might have some work to be done in the coming days and in the future. But this is something that we know already. This is very economic way of using the collections and reusing the collections, not to keeping them, all the collections at your own library, but just saving one copy of an item in a certain place where you can be sure you can get it very easily and in a very economic way back. So this really helps the whole weeding process at the libraries. So here's the magic and how it should be done and how we are doing it right now. okay, let's say that I want a certain item from another library. I make an order, my own library locates it somewhere. Well, perhaps it will be found in the National Repository Library or at the National Library or so. They will send us the message, and hopefully, and in best case, well, let's face it as well, not every library is using the Koha. Why? That's the question we want to have an answers in these days, but in any way. My library might have another library system, and National Repository Library is a Koha library. In an ideal world, these two library systems talk to each other in a language they both understand. We get the receive, we fetch the item from the bookshelves, we check it out, and then we mail it to the library which has ordered the item. And then me as a client, I will get my book what I want. Well, sounds a bit tricky and complicated, doesn't it? So National Repository Library and National Library, among other Finnish Koha libraries, we have been working with this issue now like for 2 years. And we have very high hopes that we can ease and smooth this whole process in the coming years. Hopefully there won't be so many years to come, but 1 or 2 years that we find a perfect and nice and smooth solution. So, what do we want and what do we need and what do we hope to receive? We need the ISO support so that the different library systems would talk with each other in the same language that they both and they all can understand and share. And we think that this is the way for smoothing these interlibrary loan transactions. And what do we get and what do we receive with this one? Well, hopefully better used collections, much more satisfied clients, better use of printed materials. We know it already that even though the e-books are raising and it's the new normal, we will never be in the situation that we can say goodbyes to printed material. And do we really want it? I'm not quite sure. But we want to ease the use of and the usage of library material, no matter what shape it is in. It might be printed, it might be e-material, it might be whatever else we can come up with. And this is a challenge for all of us. And I think that this is something that we really all must talk together and find the solutions of smoother methods for interlending material. Because at the end, we will all be winners in this case. So, now it's time for Esa-Pekka to tell us what might be the solutions.
Yes, so about what we have done, as Johanna said, we have been working with this problem. And one thing we have been examining is a broker system. There are those available that receives ILL messages from one library system and then sends them to the other library system. And we have been working hard, and frankly, it has been a pain. And adding that broker system to our tower services means that we have another rather complicated piece of software doing something that actually should be and could be done without that brokering system. So that's why we are especially interested in introducing ISO 18626 capabilities in Koha. There are solutions for interlibrary loans in Koha, but they are not standard, and that's the issue. And that's actually the situation with the most library systems, that when you are working within one system environment, the interlibrary loans are a breeze, and then you try to do it between the library system, it halts altogether. And in Finland, we have a few library systems in the libraries in use. Alma by Ex Libris has the support for the ISO, and that's a good start because it's also used by many university libraries. Then we have other library systems that are perhaps a little bit legacy. So there, the achieving the ISO support might be a little tortuous, but it's something that we will push them to achieve. And I think this is something that we will be talking more. We have raised the issue in the Koha community, but we will be talking about this later more and try to get people involved in achieving the ISO support in Koha. So standards are very important. We are also an ISO member of the National Library, so we know. Oh, right. That's one of our future milestones we would like to see in Koha, the one-click only interlibrary loans for the customers. You might ask, why do we send the books to the library where the customer must come and fetch the book? That's a legislation because it says in the law that the repository library serves libraries, so we can't have the direct connections to the customers. But it's also a blessing in that the repository library can keep the customer base pretty simple. So it's the libraries and not a gazillion individuals, because that will raise the level of need for example, advice and support enormously. So at the moment, we aim to get to the book to the nearest library as easily as possible. Then someone wrote that Mark must die, and that was like 21 years ago. And it has not died yet. But this is something I think we must also start to discuss. So I suppose most of the audience are librarians or Koha developers, so you know what this is. This is MARC metadata, and this is, let's party like it's 1968, because then this format was developed first time. And I don't have to tell you that it has been a great tool for decades. It has done miracles to interoperability between libraries in its time, and it still does. But it has begun to show its age 20 years ago, and we can easily see that there are many problems with it. For example, in the upper right corner, we say the writer, it's kirjoittaja, so it's in Finnish, and it's anybody's guess how you would like to integrate this with something that works in English. And there are many other things in MARC that really are not very supportive of how data is managed and used nowadays. So linked open data is of course something that we are thinking about. And this is of course also something that has already started to happen in the library world. We have library systems that are approaching a linked open data model, although at the moment still they keep up the facade of MARC, because every other library system uses MARC, so we need it as a sort of a transportation method. But I think the most important thing is that whatever we do in the libraries, we do the same thing as all the other guys are doing. So when, for example, research data is changing into linked open data, it's very important that the library data can be used in the same way, with the same standards and with the same tools and any other data. MARC, we have open APIs to our MARC data, that's not a problem. But for example, if you want to put a question that how many Finnish novels in Finnish language were published last year, so the answer is a very complicated query to somewhere in the 500 fields, subfield this and indicator that. So we need to improve that, so that when we open the data, it is data that is easily understood and easily used by other people. And that means that not only library data enriches other data, but also other data enrich library data. The open linked data also opens new possibilities into economy in metadata creation. So we have a lot of cooperation in authority control. We share authorities, things like that, but we could do much more. So that when you have one author, he or she is there, and we use and reuse that data again and again. Other technologies of linked open data, but I am just warning that the change is looming. Melinda is the national metadata repository in Finland, and that means that virtually all new metadata that we catalog in Finland is created there, or it's uploaded there right when the metadata is created. And those records are then reused by other libraries. So the Melinda is the central repository of metadata, and then we replicate the records in the local systems so that everyone gets their records to their library system. We are in the process of rethinking Melinda. At the moment, it's running on Aleph, which is also a bit of a legacy system already, and we have been looking at the options. And the aim is that linked open data will be the basis of the new Melinda system. That means also a fundamental change in the cataloging, because we are not going to catalog in MARC and then somehow translate it into linked open data, but the cataloging would be changed fundamentally. And of course, in reality, we will provide MARC records for the local libraries for a long time to come, but then we lose all the fun. So if we really want to enrich also the local experiences, we need to think what is going to be the replacement of MARC in the long run. And we could, the libraries, and we are already contributing quite a lot to the landscape of linked open data. And my first thing I try to say everywhere is that librarians, you know things, you know about metadata, and many people outside libraries imagine they know about metadata, and it's painful. I've been there. I have been working in a project regarding, for example, research data, and the tragedy is that they start to invent the wheel again, and then they are little von oben looking at the librarians that you don't know about this, but we do. We have been doing this for decades. So keep your eyes open and don't keep your mouth shut. So that's the important thing to do, so that you can really contribute beyond the borders of the library. And there are at least 3 things where libraries have a good track record. There are ontologies. I mentioned here the finto.fi. The National Library provides a platform, a home for dozens Finnish ontologies, and we also import some international ones there. And we do a lot of, we have a general Finnish ontology, and then we also integrate or link those ontologies together so that So that if you have a stone in that ontology and stone there, so they find each other in the Finta system. And in the opening speech, Kimmo already mentioned Cosmos, which is a SCOS publishing tool, and that's really internationally quite widely used tool. So we work a lot with ontologies. And the identifiers are the other thing. We have a tradition of identifiers, ISBNs, ISSNs, ISMNs, but we do need new ones, and that means, for example, research publications which are going heavily with DOI, researchers who are going heavily with ORCID, and then URNs that are a bit of a Nordic German little secret, but it's an actual IANA standard, and it's getting more and more implementations. Every day I follow the mailing list where they accept new namespaces for URN, so it's growing all the time. So, and we have just published a roadmap for national ID policy in Finland, so that we would increase the use of persistent identifiers wherever they are useful. And I mentioned the authorities. Uwe Jansson is one of the best-known Finnish authors, and he's all these persons here, and I didn't have the space for all non-Latin character versions of her, so and I need to find out the Tobbe Jansson, which language is that. It's very interesting. So we provide actually things that are very, very useful for the society as a whole. We have not been able to publish person authorities yet, but we have published the institutional authorities in Finta so that they can be used by everyone. And all this, of course, means big change. RDA and BibFrame, well, there are books still, but otherwise it will be a big change in how things are thought about and how the cataloging and description of items will happen. So it means a lot of thought and a lot of education and a lot of discussion. But we know that there are products that are approaching that. We have Folio, which is the open source library system that has also become a thing, I would say, during the few years when the National Library was contemplating a new library system in 2015, and after that we of course thought about Folio, but back at that time it was a little bit of an uncertainty, which is not anymore. And another for us an example, important example, is Libris Excel that is used in Sweden as a national system. So it also has a linked data basis. So all this will mean a lot of restructuring, and I'm not a developer, I'm a philologist, so I can't even imagine what it means in regarding a library system. I think it might mean a pretty total rewriting of things, but that's something that I give the smarter minds to think about. But the important thing is that it means keeping libraries relevant. It has always been important that our data is where the people is, and our data is where the other data are. So in that way, we need to think that how long MARC records will be interesting enough in the general society to be useful and impactful. So this is really what we want to do. And we talked about different things, as I said, about an old, well-proven method of enhancing the collections of libraries, and then something that is perhaps rotting slowly in the very core of our nowadays library world. So these are interesting questions, and I don't have the answers, but if anyone in the audience has, I welcome him to take the mic and tell it now. Thank you. So Ari, would you be kind to take the mics, because I might be even answering things. So that was very exhaustive, I see.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Johanna.
Thank you so much, Esa-Pekka.
And we continue with the National Library of Finland, and I'm glad to invite Inkeri on the podium. Inkeri Hakulinen is the super librarian of National Libraries Koha, and we are privileged, of course, as a developer team to have someone very skilled super librarian working with us, because it is a thing that really requires the developer skills and then someone who really knows what happens on the circulation desks. And yes, Inkeri will talk us about the Koha in the National Library. Have you got your presentation here? There.
Hello everyone. So my name is Inkeri Hakulinen, and okay, do you hear me better now? Good. So I work in the National Library of Finland, and I'm Koha super librarian, and I thought that it's a good idea to tell you something about our library as a Koha user. So that's what I'm going to tell you. So as you see from the logo, and perhaps knew already, as a library we're quite old, about 380 years old. So, but our history with Koha is naturally much shorter. We have been using Koha for about exactly 4 years now, and before that we had, of course, good preparations to switch from ByWater to Koha. And as you already heard, we have developer team in National Library, and they provide Koha services to 16 other libraries in Finland as well, but also to us as a national library. So I'm really just a librarian, but we work closely with the developers. So, and of course, because we are so big library, we have other super librarians and very skilled librarians. So I'm not really all alone in this. So what kind of a library we are? We have over 9,000 people that have our library card. And mainly we serve students and researchers, but also all the people who need our collections, because we have lots of old books from Finland, so there might be someone who searches for their relatives or something that their grandma has published 100 years ago or something like that. So we are open to everyone, so anyone can get a card to us. And who uses Koha in our staff? Well, over 120 people from our staff use Koha. The modules we use mostly are circulation, acquisitions, collection management, but as Esa-Pekka already referred, the actual cataloging is done in Melinda, and then the bibliographic records are just copied into our own Koha database. But Koha database is where we do all the circulation and so on. And all the items are in there, of course. So our collections are huge. We have over 3 million books, over 3 million other resources, and they take over 115 kilometers in shelves. So that's a lot. And the collection grows almost at the rate of 1 kilometer per year. Yearly, about 10,000 books are published in Finland, and also 300 newspapers and 4,000 magazines. We collect all of them. It's because of our legal deposit laws that grant us the copies of everything that is published in Finland. And we have to use it to keep them safe and keep them accessible to future generations as well. Yeah. So there's a brief summarization about what our collections are, but I have to say that these are mostly those that are present in Koha, so not all of our materials are in Koha, but we also have other systems. So the national collection is the most important, of course. It's based on the legal deposit laws, so it includes all the materials published in Finland. So it's books, magazines, newspapers, games, records. It includes the Finnish National Sound Archive as well. So it's all kinds of materials, very different kinds of materials. Then, of course, we also collect digital collections, but mostly they are not in Koha, so I'm not going to talk about them more, but I just mentioned that we have those too. Then we have special collections. They include our oldest deposit copies and other really old materials as well. Then we have the Slavonic Library, and its roots are actually at the deposit laws that were present at the 19th century. So we have lots of books that were published in Russia that day, and now it's what we do now is we collect more books, and it's serving research related to Eastern Europe and Russia. But we have some quite rare collections there as well, something that might be only accessible at our library. Then we have the humanities collection, because we're a research library serving students and researchers. So we have philosophy, languages, history, etc. And that's what we constantly buy in every year as well. And it's in different languages. So if someone is more interested about our collections, there's a link so you can read more about them there. Yeah, so because of the big collections, we of course have a big database. I'm not sure how many these big Koha libraries there are, but I suppose that we have one of the biggest Koha databases there are. We have about 3.3 million bibliographic records, 2.3 million holdings records, and 2.3 million items records. So That's a lot of data to take care of. And if you wonder about the holdings records, my colleague Tarja will be having a presentation about them later at KohaCon. What comes to lending, we're maybe not so big and not so busy. We have about 25,000 loans per year and about 300,000 renewals per year. And most of our collections are not in open shelves, but in the closed storages that are not accessible by customers. So our customers have to make holds so that they can get the materials brought up to them. So then, because of all of this, we have reading room loans that we try to manage in Koha. And it's proved to be not so simple. It would be thought that, okay, this is just easy as it is, but it's actually quite complicated. We have lots of different types of materials, something that we borrow to customers so that they can take their loans home. But then we have lots of materials that we have to keep safe, and we want to keep them inside the library. And also we have different kind of reading rooms, and some of the materials go there and some go there and so on. For example, we still have lots of microfilms that are used. So those are delivered to the reading room that has the equipment to read the microfilms, of course. However, we aim for customer clarity so that when they go to our OPAC, they already see that, okay, this material will be delivered to this reading room, or this is something I can borrow home. We try to make that as clear as possible for the customer. And also we want that the customers see from their own loans if they already have some item, either at home or at the reading room, and which reading room. So, despite we're just one library, just one building, we had to think this through before we went to Koha. How do we manage this? We wanted everything to be in the Koha system, not to deal with the paper slips like we used to do before that. But we thought about it, and this is what we came up with. So we actually have multiple Koha branches in National Library. So one branch is for home loans, one branch is for the reading room A and reading room B, and so on. So every reading room has their own branch. Also, the storages have their own branches, so that everyone knows what to pick up from where and where will that be delivered. 4 years ago, we first tried Koha's built-in on-site loans, because we found out that there is function for reading room loans. However, with some updates, we found out that it didn't work as we want it to be, because we wanted our customers can renew their reading room loans as well, and so on. it proved to be tricky. Also, the circulation rules didn't quite support the use that we had for the reading room loans. So now they're just like ordinary loans, but we try to make the separation differently through branches and so on. Anyway, these seem to cause problems every now and then. Something unexpected pops up, and then we try to figure out what to do with those. It's clearly something that we do, something quite unique we try to do with Koha, and so it's, at least it keeps our developers busy and us too. So I collected some settings that were got to get these reading rooms working. First of all, our item types are not defined by the type of the material, like I think that usually they are. We don't have books, records, magazines and so on, but we have home loanable reference materials only for reading room use and home loanable in closed storages. So they're by the use of the material. And then, as I said earlier, we have multiple branches that we use. So all the closed storages are their own, and each reading room are at their own branch, and so on. And then, of course, we get to use the library transfer limits. We have restrictions on what item types can be delivered to which pickup places, and so on. So actually it works quite okay, because when customers make holds, the drop-down menu only shows them what are their options for that material. So it already prevents people to make wrong holds there. And also it helps us librarians, because we see that, okay, this is not supposed to be delivered in this branch at all. Then system preferences, I think that we have at least different than our colleague libraries in other academic Koha libraries in Finland, at least. So checkout and find rules are by the holding library, so where the item has last been seen. It's because some of the materials can be used either in home or someone else might have them at the reading room loan. And then the circulation and hold rules are defined by the branches. So it's a bit different for some of the branches. But also we can now have different notices for home loans and reading room loans, so that when the customer receives the email that, okay, now your book is here, the email tells them a bit more about the situation. So the email might tell that, okay, this one is in the special reading room and opening times are this and this, or it can tell that, okay, your reservation is ready to pick up for home loan and you can find it here. So it's quite handy. And for example, of course, we don't collect fines from the reading room loans, because there's no point, because the books are in our library. Yeah, and also few words about our library system infrastructure. We don't use Koha to everything, our library. Koha is just one puzzle piece in the whole system. So Melinda Aleph is used for cataloging. So It's collaboration with other libraries in Finland, and the bibliographic records that we also have get copied to our Koha database. But then when the bibliographic records arrive in Koha, then of course we make the holding records and items for that bibliographic records. And also, of course, the circulation and customers are taken care in Koha, and all the reports are handled in Koha, and acquisitions as well. But then we don't use Koha's own OPAC at all, because we have this magnificent Finna that is also developed in the National Library of Finland. So we have just plugged Finna into our Koha, so that Finna shows all our Koha data for customers. And our data can be found both in our own Finna view, kansalliskirjasto.finna.fi, and also in the finna.fi, which is covering collecting all the most of the Finnish libraries and many museums and archives, all their metadata into one place. Then it's really good to have both developers and the users in the same organization and same building, because it's really easy to communicate between the different teams and ask for support both sides to understand what why this is so complicated, or why this is like that in Koha. So I think that we have a bit deeper understanding of each other's tasks, because we can communicate so openly. And sometimes it's really close-up problem solving and developing and testing, looping, because it's just easy to walk to the circulation desk and see what's happening there, and also the developers can see from their server side what's happening there, and so on. So it's not one or two times that I've been trying to figure out some problems with Andrii and his team side to side. So it's a really good thing. Yeah, so that was about that. And I'm happy to answer your questions. Although if you have really detailed questions about our collections, then might be that I have to redirect you to our library, but anyway.
Hello. Yes, I was wondering if you try to use the circulation desk in Koha to solve your issues with the several reading room learns, because I know that in France, Bulac is a huge library too, and she develops this thing in Koha, the circulation desk. And you can associate all the old speak-up with a specific circulation desk. So I wonder if it can be useful for you.
Thank you for the tip. Actually, we have not tried it, but maybe it's something that we could investigate. However, I'm not sure how it works with the different kind of circulation rules we have for different branches. So, but it's worth finding out. Thank you. Any more questions or comments? Okay, if not, then I'll just thank you, and I hope that many of you will be seen tonight in here. Thank you.
Okay, we are very early. I take this opportunity to comment on something Inkeri said about good preparations. The National Library was the last of the new Koha libraries who migrated from Voyager to Koha, so we had more time than some other libraries. So in 2018, the decision to go with Koha was made in March, and the first library went into production in October. So that was quite a squeeze, but it tells also something about Koha and of course about our developers that we could make it in time. But as said, we have been a bit quick today. So the coffee is basically starting at 15:30 only, but if anyone doesn't have a surprise presentation for us, I guess we end the session, and I believe the coffee will be there very soon. Thank you.
And if you submitted a lightning talk and you haven't heard from me yet and you're ready, we got room for you today. Come on down.
Yeah. Okay.
You need to stop here,
Yep.
take here, and insert this one. If you use this one, it's not working.
Oh, that's good.
Good.
Now only the slides have to open. I can. Yeah. Release off.
Welcome to the first day of Lightning Talks. We've got 8 talks, 7 speakers all lined up. And remember, while they are switching over here, if you want to do an advertisement, wander up and sit in one of these 2 chairs. I will hand you this microphone in the on position. Say what you got to say, give it back to me, and I'll put it back into mute so that they can do their thing. If, for some reason, they are still clapping for the speaker when you get ready to advertise, don't start. I won't count the time against you. If you are a speaker and you're ready to go and they're still clapping for the advertiser for some reason, don't start. I won't count it against you. Your time starts when you make a speaker move. I'll leave that to your imagination. And that should just about do it. Remember, I do have the bell at 4, the gong at 5, and we're going to try to finish a little bit early because there's some extra stuff happening after us, so they're going to get it all taken care of. And that's it. Thank you.
So yeah, hello everybody. This counts as a speaker move, I think. My name is Max Maischein and I'm from Germany in Frankfurt, and about every year since 20 years ago or something like that, we host, well no, we don't host, we organize the German Perl workshop, a workshop mainly about Perl, but since I have already met, many programmers who use Perl here that I didn't know, and programmers that even are from Germany, I'm inviting all of you to come to the next Perl workshop in Germany in 2024. We plan it to be in that week from the 15th to 17th of April. We don't have the location pinned down yet. We have a prospective location near Erlangen. Sorry? Oh, oops, yeah, it's the wrong year, but I hope you can manage. Yeah, what can you expect? It will be 3 days of various talks in German language about the Perl language. And English talks are also welcome, and ideally all slides will be in English, so that even if you don't understand what people are talking about, you still maybe can follow the talk a bit. And that's already everything I can show you, tell you right now. But if you are interested, please follow our RSS feed, and also come talk to me if you think, or if you are wondering whether a topic you want to present would be fit for that. In general, anything that you maybe can somehow relate to programming or even to Perl is welcome. And I hope to see you next year in Germany. Thank you.
If you're going to advertise after him, now's a good time to move up to the chairs in the corner.
Hello to everyone. My name is Zeno Tajoli. I'm from Italy, and I do a little talk about how migrate an old Koha, a very old Koha, to a new Koha. Lesson and tips about the topic. Well, when you start, an old Koha is a more than 5 years old Koha. That is my definition. But you think very easily something that are 10 years old Koha. It's not difficult, especially if you search someone that is not done by BibLibre or by PTF or other firms, but are single users around the world. All right, what you need to do is start. You need to find the exact version of Koha. You need to be very correct on this version. Then go to Git Koha and download the same version. Then start the work. The two tools that you need to use is diff and phpMyAdmin. Why phpMyAdmin? Because you install from Git code, you use PHP to download the SQL in text. You use PHP to download in the other SQL of the installed version, then you use diff to diff the code. You need to be very quickly to use correct way, because it's very difficult to do diff between SQL code. Then you check SQL, yes. So Perl code, index definition, that is zebra, the index of Koha. Then XSTL file, that are a specific file to show mark 21 or Unimark data. Then, this is update database.pl, the main tool. It's a tool that do the migration on SQL level. You need to do a test with a dump, and then so what happens. It's better that you find to use. Better MariaDB than Oracle or MySQL. Use a Linux Debian as old as you can, because it's difficult to use an old version with a new Debian. And use probably the database as a proxy. You do the migration on the database, but don't think to use it to show the result with Koha code. In fact, what you need to do is to operate a migration between different setup, because in the it's standard for Koha community to write code of a migration using the setup and the standards of MySQL when is done the migration. A new migration update is done every 6 months. That means that we have a code that is written in 20 years that use a very different setup every 6 months. I can imagine how this code doesn't work if you start from a 20-year base code with a new one. So you could run the code, go to Mozilla. If you write, oh, this doesn't work, Mozilla code, check. Mozilla code, check. Fix the PL code in your data, your situation, and redone, redone every time as you finish. And evaluate the Perl code customization that probably the user done. Stay on Zebra, not XSLT. If you have a single user library, not use Elasticsearch. Port Zebra customization, and check XSLT customization, because probably XSLT customization works. And so you don't need to redone the work. Take the old XSLT and put in the new. That is something that the Librarian accept very well, because XSLTs show library data, and Librarian like very much library data as they used. Then web interface, this is the last thing. Probably a mix of CLA and system preference. Well, do the work. Check. Probably you receive not very well results, and then probably tuck. That's one. I finish.
So hi, this is a quick advert. We're from PTFS, or I'm from PTFS Europe, and so are some of others of us, and we're hiring. So this is an advert for a sales executive specifically. Doesn't have to be UK based, but will be quite a lot in the UK. So if you're planning to move to the UK, if you're not there already, and are interested in that type of role, it might be for you. However, we do also hire overseas, and we have one of our developers, Pedro, who's not here today because he's on the Azores, and that's where he lives. Which, if you don't know where the Azores is, it's in the middle of the Atlantic. And he works for us, and we think he has a great time. He tells us he does. So you might have a great time if you came and worked for us. We're hiring.
All right. Can you hear me? Great. We all need a little bit beauty and surprise. That's why I wrote the Harmonograph, which is a nice tool. It is on CPAN, as you can see. Yes, as you can see. And the module is actually called App GUI Harmonograph, because it uses GUI. If you're not a British nobleman from a time when there was no radio and other things to amuse you, you maybe had a harmonograph, 3 pendulum, which together move pen and pencil. So you can slowly watch drawing such nice graphics. This is today's simplified version of it. There are DIY kits. But of course, we are software developers. So this is the book I read, which brought me the inspiration. And I wrote it in Perl. So we are not even bound by the laws of physics and can... Yeah. So when you start it, that's how it looks. You have 4 tabs. And on the left side, you have a preview because it's quite computation heavy. So if you have a full drawing, you have to push the draw button. Yeah, if you have to y, x and y frequencies, the ratio of 3 to 1, you see it's very simple. But if you nudge the frequency a bit, it starts to get interesting. Or if you have another ratio and you can start in the damping, x and y separated, it's something you can't do in real life. And it starts, it's more interesting. And if you draw dots and not combining lines, it's maybe more what you want. You can put offsets and a lot of other knobs, so it can play around, get surprising results. Or get a little bit more offset as the starting point of the pendulum. Yeah, and play around until you get something nice. Of course, you can every time put on init, restart, and even use the third pendulum, which is a wobbly movement. Yeah, not rotation, but wobbly. Rotation have we also. That's the original also not had. Yeah, here you have the wobble and the x and y. You get more complicated graphics, and when the wobble has a little bit acceleration, it gets more interesting. And now you can play and play. You get lots of different results. We have even use of color gradients, which also not possible in the original, and you can produce nice graphics if you like, and also save the ini files, so you can play on with the nice graphics at some time later. Yeah, and even in the newest version, you have not only sine and cosine, also hyperbolic and other functions, so you go in uncharted territory with it. I even want to adapt rotation matrix to get in really crazy, but you know, people have plans. You know, let's look, and that is some of. Come, focus. Ah, yeah. Yeah, that are some of the graphics I produced with it. And so. It's maybe one of the most beautiful, but it's a result of a bug we had we had in the rotation matrix. And because I want to reintroduce the bug as a feature, I want to have features to extend the rotation matrix, but it's not in yet. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. That was talk 1. Thank you. And this nice program has a sibling called the cell graph. Also a nice toy, not about such graphs, but also on CPAN, but that's I'd already talked, because it's graph in the sense Stephen Wolfram would understand. This nice, or sometimes not such nice person, of course, is famous for the book, New Kind of Science, where he showed the simplest possible graph, which is just a function, and the upper row is just the input, and the lower row is the output. So are your state of your neighboring cells have such a state, the result be another. You know? And so you have a single one-dimensional line of cells, and the development over time, you have the horizontal axis. Yeah, this one you can draw. This is the same thing as rules. So you have, for instance, if you have the cell is white and the left and the right neighbor is white, the result will be white again in the next round. Yeah, cellular automaton. You got it, or is there a question? Okay. I also extended so I can hoops to logical related things, and the same rules apply as with a harmonograph. It draws the first lines, and when you're full, because it takes a little bit time to draw it, then you push the draw button. Yeah, that's a Sierpinski triangle, of course, you can get with it. This is still boring. And I have also action rules to get more variance into it. Yeah, you can define the starting row, not only with a single dot like Wolfram did, and of course you have a color tab to bring more colors. How I did it, I did it with a color module, which I will talk tomorrow, but please come to my talk. I did also some additional rules which to make graphics more beautiful. I will explain. Please, browser, come. Yeah. Yep. This is the famous Rule 30, which Wolfram talked so much about. But I think from a graphic designer's point of view, it's not beautiful. That's why I also introduced the feature you can mirror it to get more interesting stuff. And this is still 2 colors. You have more grades of shades of gray. It's more interesting, and this is one of the purposes. So you can really produce beautiful images, and same rules apply as with a harmonograph. If you like something, you can save even the INI, so you can reload the INI and tinker on at some point later with it to make more nice replicas. This is all examples. And many, many more. Like I said, the harmonograph and the cell graph are just 2 siblings. There is a lot of more in the pipeline when I got to it. Yeah, thank you.
Computer is hanging. No.
I'll go, and hi, I'm Julian. I work in the UK for a company called Oleo, and we are indeed hiring Perl developers. So if you want to move to the UK and not work in sales, but work in tech, you can come talk to me.
I work for a firm called PaperOp. The head office is in Switzerland. I'm working from Austria. Remote is okay. Chunk of the stuff is in the UK and South Africa, and I believe we're hiring because we've certainly got open job positions. We want a DBA, a payment developer, and a project manager. At least that's what the open job positions say.
Can someone step in? No, it's my shitty old computer that is acting up when something funny is going on. No, it's just the moment I turned on the activated browser, it froze. So my mouse is gone right now.
If you
have a...
No, it's getting... It's responsive now.
Okay.
So it just needed to give it time to resolve. Luckily, there's some editors that will remove this crap from the recording. I hope. Something is happening. We have this one. No. Why doesn't it? Okay. So let's see if this works. Yes, finally. That was the start. Okay, so I'm here to introduce you guys to the CPAN Security Working Group. This is partly an introduction that has been already done at the Perl and the RACU conference in Toronto earlier this year. But I also want to introduce and invite you guys to join us. So we were created during the Perl Toolchain Summit in Lyon in April. There's a bunch of us who thought that the state of security on CPAN is something that we could improve. And there's a whole lot of topics around that, which I'm going to carefully introduce you to now. So what do we care about? There's a whole lot of things, and I'm going to show you a few of them. We want to make a vulnerability index. There's already something out there. It doesn't completely interact with existing vulnerability indexes. So we can audit and track those. We'll see about how this interacts with CVEs and stuff. There's an ongoing discussion there that we're trying to figure out. We're interested in supply chain security, figure out where does the software come from, who has wrote it, and when it ends up at some company or user, is it still the same software? Has somebody tampered with it and on the way somewhere? We care about software bill of materials, basically a standardized way to track metadata and dependencies across ecosystems. I will be giving a presentation about this on Wednesday. You're quite welcome to join me there. And this is both for figuring out what has been installed, but also any related information that we, in general, are also introducing here. We found out that having third-party monitoring of changes can be a useful way to detect if there's something funny going on. So transparency logs is something we're looking into. Security patch tooling is also interesting. This is more what the Debian community already does when it applies security patches to existing vulnerabilities when their upstream isn't responsive enough. Maybe we find out if something like this could also be introduced to CPAN. This is an ongoing discussion. And we also want to make sure that incident communication and teaching and sharing information about security issues is something that improves over time. There's a lot that can be done there. Not everybody in the Perl community cares about security. We're trying to raise the level of caring a little bit. And there's more. Software composition analysis is something that is super interesting, where we try to figure out and reverse engineer what's going on. We also want to care a little bit about the governance around this project. Like, how will we operate in order to fix funding, for example, and make decisions. And one of my personal pet peeves is to do something about the metadata, making it possible for Perl packages to explicitly state which out of ecosystem dependencies they have in a consistent manner. And there's also privacy issues and all kinds of stuff. So very quickly, if my computer lets me go, there are couple laws that are relevant for this. In the US, it's an executive order, and there are 2 directives in the EU. And we want to create some awareness around that. And we are looking to get order in stuff, basically fixing. We are Garu, Brenno, Graham, Ingi, Andreas, Leon, Olaf, René, Sam, Salve, me, Stig, Tim, Maren, and a bunch of more people eventually. We want to see you guys. This is the picture proof. I'm there. This was from Lyon. This is Stig and Ingi and me and Leon and Maren and Brenno from left. And I'd like to offer you an invitation. Please come with us if you care about security and have some tweets to spare, or maybe have a company that you work for that cares about stuff like that, an employer that would like you to spend some of your working hours to increase and better the security on CPAN. You can find us on security.metacpan.org. We hang out on IRC, as many Perl communities do. And we have an email list. You're quite welcome to contact us there if you have actual incidents. We're trying to limit our scope to CPAN specifically. But please reach out. Thank you.
This is just a quick announcement that Koha US will have their annual conference in September of this year from the 20th to the 23rd. You can register to attend in person, of course, or online for free. The dates are September 20th through 23rd. Online registration is again free, and you can stream and watch all presentations online. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm Lars Nuden. I'm formerly an electronic information services librarian, and I'm here to do a quick lightning talk on an RSS scraper which produces gentext. It's a suite of 3 Perl scripts, and they connect together with pipes and run by a cron job. It's not the most efficient way, but this is was supposed to be a temporary solution, but it's going on close to a year at this point. Sorry. So anyway, it was supposed to be temporary. There's 3 scripts, and the first one fetches RSS and extracts the URLs. The second one takes the HTML out of the via the URLs, and then the third one exports the gentext. It's got quite a few modules, but the key ones are the user agent, time and parse date, the XML feed, and then the tree builder XPath. There's fourth one here, that's the most fun. If you have a Gemini client available, then the address is there at the bottom, was at the bottom. But okay, so that's the talk.
Hi. Can I steal time? We talked a bit about Koha and coding. I wanted to show something. Koha development is test-driven. We usually start by coding our tests and then writing the actual code. This is how I started Koha testing Docker, which we talked about a bit. The first thing we do is we create a branch like that. For example, I prepared some code, tiny code. So the first thing is to pick the right file. In this case, it is under the DB dependent test, so it's a full stack test. It uses the DB, etc. This is a test more file, a generic one. I'm adding a method to a class, so I'm adding a subtest for that method. This is the usual syntax for Perl tests, but we have this schema storage begin thing, which starts a transaction. Then we have a tool which we call object test builder. It creates objects on the database based on the DBIC schema. It's kind of cool. In this case, I just used Perl tidy because we ship a Perl tidy RC that you should be using. I'm creating a patron which is 22 years old. And if I wanted to add a test, I would do something like patron is grown up. Is that correct? No, it's okay. Okay? This one is grown up. If I set a new date, like date of birth, store. I won't have enough time. But I do something like this. And I set it to 2. I will expect it not to be a grown up. So not grown up. And I think we want to check what happens if there is no date of birth. I would ask for that. Something like that. And I would like the method to return undef. You should put some explanations there, but we're fine. So this is how it should look like. If you want to run the test, you need the method to exist so it doesn't break on runtime errors. So this is, we could run this and it will fail, of course. Let's try. If you're on Koha testing Docker, you can do this to get into the Koha testing Docker, and then you can prove the blah, blah, blah. And it will fail. Sure. So we will start doing the right thing here. I will set a variable for my age is self get age. I think that's the name. Return unless defined age. That will cover the undef use case, and then we do something like return age. In Argentina, it's 18. So that would be the method. You need a pod. Always add a pod. Yeah, I failed on the count. I should have practiced. Okay, so we should run it. It takes 20 seconds. This didn't work as I expected. Okay. And that's how you do it. And you make one commit for the unit test and one commit for the method. Thank you.
So I'm just making up this one as I go along. Kia ora, my name is Chris Cormack. I'm one of the original developers of Koha. I'm going to teach you how to speak te reo Māori in 5 minutes so that you can pronounce Koha, Koha, not Koha, or all sorts of other things. So, te reo Māori is the indigenous language of New Zealand, and it is super easy compared to most other languages because the vowel sounds never change. So we have 5 vowel sounds: a, e, I, o, u. Do you want to all do it with me? A, e, I, o, u. So whatever consonants you put in front of those vowel sounds, the vowel sounds are the same. So there's a really, so you can go aha, ka, ma, na, pa, ra, nga, fa. So the a never changes. That's all of the consonants. So I would teach you a song, but I can't sing. But so you can do that same thing. E, he, ke, me, ne, pe, re, te, re, nga, fa. And so that the vowel sounds are very consistent. So, ko, ha. So when you see a Māori word written, take the consonants out and just sound out the vowels. So if you have koha, you take the K, you take the A out, H out, or A. Put the K and the H back in, koha. So easy. So now, any Māori word you think, like here, which is another Māori word, or there's another one we use, mana, in the Koha community, M-A-N-A, take the M and the A-N out, and it's just ma-na. And there, so you can drop, so if you, as long as you get those vowel sounds, a, e, I, o, u, then you can pronounce Koha correctly, you can pronounce my middle name correctly, you can come to New Zealand, you can speak in an official language. Thank you.
And that brings us to the end of the first day of Lightning Talks. There has been some confusion about the submission mechanism. We're now using the Google Doc that's been splattered all over all the telegrams and maybe the website. So if you submitted a talk in another way, please do it again through Google and come up and see me when all the other stuff this afternoon finishes so that I know that you're there. We did 8 today. We can squeeze in a few more than that on Wednesday when we go the second time because, among other things, you all know how it works now. So please submit your talks. And Andrew, are you in here? Guess we're not going to start on his quite so early, but we will be starting again in a few minutes. So if you've got to go down the hall, now's the time.
invite to this stage our Ukraine Koha service and Ukrainian Library Association's representatives. So please come here. Yes, so Lubomir and Igor, they came from Ukraine, and let me start with this story. I myself from Ukraine. For a long time, I was with Perl. Many Perl community people knows about me. I was always active to make this conference happen. Then I met with Koha community. Then not blah blah blah, but you remember I morning told you how I trying to unite our two communities, Koha and Perl communities together, and so on. Beside of this, we grow inside of National Library of Finland with experience and started to play active role in Koha community already 2 years ago, let's say even 3 years ago. We were in Koha QA team and assisting for Jonathan Druart with that release a lot and further. But then in same time, Ukraine has developed own Koha path and started to switch to Koha some libraries, and these guys made switching 60 libraries for now.
Actually,
you can speak any microphone.
Actually, about 25 different institutions, in total 150 branches.
So it's for now, but for that time it was something 60. It's not the matter those numbers, but by our roads intersected, and these guys came to me and to our Koha department in National Library of Finland, where we have 3 Ukrainians, me, Petro, and Slava. They are over here. So to help and to exchange experience and to help to establish more Koha inside Ukraine and so on. And we decided to help and go through. We started to collaborate, and we saw a pretty obvious path how we will exchange experience with Finland, will help for Ukrainian libraries to slowly switch from Koha, from other pre-Koha systems to Koha, and so on. But then came 2022, 21st of February, where this war started. And thing is, those things started to happen. So this war destroyed our plans, but we rethought together, and we decided that this war not destroy it, but just slightly complicated and pushed it further, our plans, and we reconsidered to start with this initiative of Ukrainian library restoration and post-war restoration and help. Okay, Ukrainian library help and post-war restoration initiative. This will be worldwide initiative, and we obviously calling you to join this. And this talk, our presence here, presence of these 2 persons, me included, through these days from today and further, we are open to communicate with you, and you already saw this page. So I'm jumping slightly to the end of my talk. So you have this page on our conference site, and you have this web forum link. I call you to join this initiative and propose us how you can help, or just leave us your email if you just tend to help, don't know even how. We will find the way. So now going back to full talk again. So actually, I can rephrase again what we have, this message we have on site. So our goal is to help Ukrainian libraries to restore from buildings to collections, but also to restore infrastructure after the war and start serving Ukrainians to rebuild the future. We want to establish and launch this initiative now, call you to join. We want to unite and connect worldwide libraries, communities, governments, organizations for this goal. And this is how you can join, because you're representing Perl and Koha communities. You have expertise how to build Koha bigger systems, how to use Koha with other systems. You have Perl experience development for Perl people. We will be advertising more what we need and what we think. So it's just, you just join us. We will give a task for you, or we explain what we think. We will put these messages on all our social channels, which we will lead. So also to explain that how Koha and Perl will benefit from this backwards, it's also important to say that it's obviously that this war destroyed the Ukraine a lot, not just libraries, lives. But I think I might be appended with our presenting here Ukrainian embassy officials on this topic, more global. But I want to wrap up that Koha and Perl communities will benefit from helping for Ukrainian library restoration initiative, because we will seek for support from global organizations. We will seek for funding even for software development. But imagine we can build in post-war Ukraine. We are optimistic how this will end, of course. Otherwise, no reason to make this conference at all. But thing is, we will grow in Ukraine Koha team, which we will join to community. We will train Perl developers in Ukraine, which we will join Perl developers community. We will look for support for finance and for grants to develop more Koha and Koha-related things. So this is a direct way how you can just spend work hours for developing Koha and helping for this to happen and having something back. Moreover, we tend to make everything open source and clear what we are doing. So idea is we will do something for Koha, change Koha or improve tools around Koha, make this open source, and this will be giving back through Ukraine to, again, worldwide Koha community and Perl community as well, because more Perl developers, more Koha products worldwide, better for Perl, better for Koha, it's obvious. So just to step over these slides, I would say that I will provide this link for slides also on our social channels on side page, so you can read this later. But again, so these terrible images, they are representing current physical status of libraries, many libraries which physically destroyed. Also people displaced. We have many families, even like disconnected, part of people on as refugees abroad. But we, despite of that, we have IT infrastructure destroyed and need to be rebuilt. So this is what we will do, and this restoration and future planning, how we will walk through this and helping for Ukrainian libraries. This is what I'm calling you to join, to track, and to advertise as well outside of this room, because if you have someone whom you think is a pretty powerful person to help and can help, tell us, connect us with those persons. So fill those forms, use emails, any possible means to connect with me, and I will be the medium between these things. Now, going back to those slides which prepared by Lubomir. So those are information how it was. Actually, I think it's pretty visible, so I will just slide more to the software situation, which I wanted to tell. For now, in Ukraine, there are many libraries which don't have any automation at all. For now, before the war, many libraries used Russian-made software, Irbis and MarkSQL, but not Koha, not open source, proprietary, and so on. Many libraries require transition from old systems and data conversion to Koha. This, what we can do, this obviously that these people can do, we will help community around us at what we will organize to help. So those are needs on those slides. And more what backwards Ukrainian can offer and what we plan to do post-war as general as whole main message which located on that page, which you can follow by this link. QR code for you, for those who didn't recognize it. So we have that page on our site as well. That's the main thing what I ask for now. I'm advertising this initiative, declaring people who behind this, and calling you, if you already understand how you can be useful for Ukrainian libraries restoration initiative right now, just follow this button and please leave us your email and explanation how you can help. If you will decide later, this will be kept, this page for you for a while. I will announce it over all social media we have. You will have follow-ups and reminders. And if you have someone, but not you, please help us to advertise this initiative and make it happen.
And let me know to add some lines about us.
Yes,
so I'll.
Sorry, it's okay. Technical topic. It's too far from you. You can use mic more.
We started our journey with Koha about in the end of 2017, and we got a request from Ukrainian Catholic University to install Koha system for their library. We were a web development company, so and busy with current projects. We just take a quick look at the website. Okay, it's a web-based system, it runs on Apache, uses MySQL, so no problem, of course we will do. And in 1 month, when we finally signed the contract and started and dive into the project, we realized that it's written on Perl. Oh no, we are not Perl programmers, but anyway, in 4 months we managed to install the system, and library started to work. So again, thanks to the whole community, to the tips and tricks, to the extensive documentation, which really helps, to the blog of Kelly and Jessie, which was very helpful. So that was our first installation, and since that time, with Igor, we organized the separate company, Bibliocenter, which integrates the Koha, and as I told, we already have about 25 installations with a number of branches. But we still experience some difficulties, especially as the first presenter said, there is a change when you install the new software. And for example, we had a case when we were teaching some librarians how to work with Koha. One older woman stood up and said, "You know, son, I have been here for 40 years, and I know that paper cards are much better." She just turned around and left the room. But the most impressive was that in 2 months, when she finally get used to work with Koha, she said, "You know, I like your Koha." So it was very nice, but it's an example that changing the old systems and changing the old habits could be difficult. And of course, the help of the whole community, how to make it more useful, more productive, and how to explain librarians that the modern system will give them more advantages and will make their work more productive. It's very helpful. So we really need your help with advices, with some new features. We will try to share our experience and to join Koha community, as Andrii told it. All new features we will develop, we will share with the community as well.
Also, let me introduce for you, we have suddenly and very promptly our very official person here. It's I can introduce myself. Please. But you are too much important just to introduce yourself.
I'm not so official now. I tried sort of to look just as an IT community, and this is my view how it should be. But I'm Olga Dibrova, Ukrainian ambassador to Finland. And I would like, thank you, I would like to support my fellow citizens and maybe to say a few words about what in Ukraine we are now fighting for. Maybe it is not needed to explain in Finland what we are confronting, because you have a similar history, and unfortunately it was repeated in Ukraine and it is still ongoing. But one thing that we understood is the importance of education. And education is the backbone, has been a backbone of cooperation between Ukraine and Finland since several years. It related to the reform that Ukrainians are doing in the basic and middle school. But now we see the importance of education in a completely different way, because in our country, we saw what uneducated people who are ignorant, can resort to. And it is awful. It should not exist on the European continent. And we need to win this horror. So I'm a fan of Finnish libraries. Every time I travel around Finland, I always visit a library. And I dream that libraries in Ukraine become such an entertaining venues as they are in Finland, but also the venues that are so easy to use. I was using libraries when I was doing my PhD, then when I was writing articles, etc., etc. And I remember these ladies who think that paper cards are better. But we have a very bright people in Ukraine, really, not only young ones, of different ages. And one thing that is in front of us, that our victory is rebuilding of Ukraine. And rebuilding of Ukraine
is not just reconstructing what has been destroyed, but also we see it as the modernization of Ukraine. Building Ukraine as a modern, climate-friendly, green country, and a country which is a full-fledged member of the European Union. You know that we have been granted a status of the candidate country to the EU, and we are fast, so we strive to open negotiations with the European Union already at the end of this year. And without digitalization, moving forward, building Europe together is not possible. So I highly urge you that you combine your efforts with the Ukrainian colleagues. And we are working on promoting education, on finding new ways how to become, smarter, more educated, more innovative. Finland is very much leading this process on the European continent. But you know how we Ukrainians are, and many technologies that for example, such popular programs as Grammarly. These are Ukrainians that are behind these programs, and many others. To make a long story short, we are united in fighting, and we must be united in recovery. We have a lot in common in our history. Now Ukraine and Finland towards each other are incomparably more than we used to be before 2022. And it brings tremendous synergy between our peoples at different levels, between different communities. And I believe we can build up bright projects that would be of use, not only just for Ukraine and Finland, but European-wise and globally. So stand with us until the very joyful end when we celebrate our victory together. Please support my fellow citizens, my colleagues, and thank you very much.
So actually, those pictures telling for themselves, and you hear those words. I want just one big thing what we have now, not Finland and Ukraine only. We have here whole world. We have Canada, New Zealand, Australian people here. So actually, and despite we uniting Perl and Koha communities, which are global, worldwide communities, and this conference happening here, Finland, Ukraine, Europe, but we coming already worldwide. I wanted to also to say one thing which all of you, our dear visitors, had today. You had this Ukrainian Library Restoration Initiative short link with QR code. You had every one of these probably had on your heart. There is a short explanation what this is, and if someone didn't read, please do. No, it's not that I'm trying to just rewrite your minds, but thing is, why this important for me, despite this might be important for some inside Ukraine, those guardian angels, this one particular and every particular on your heart was made by my wife and daughter manually through these last weeks. They made this for you, and as I wrote in this text, same hands which made those in same way, same look, they made same guardian angels, same talismans to give to front line for Ukrainian soldiers who put them in their pocket under their bulletproof chests, and they nowadays fighting, and it's not a metaphor that the tank said thing, but they fighting holding exactly same symbols in their pockets, in their hearts, in their minds. So this is not just a simple souvenir. Please take it. That's actually all what we have on this topic. Thank you for listening. Now, organizational topic, 5 minutes short break. I calling for Perl and Koha community core team people. I will walk around key persons and stakeholders who will be here on stage. We will have this panel about community, language, and product in 5 minutes. Let's now have some into rest. Thank you. Yes. Important thing from Ukrainian team. Sorry, I totally, it's overload. One thing, we actually will make Perl and Koha conference in Ukraine, so please track our social channels. I hope it will be sooner than later, but anywhere it will be. full screen. This mic will be given for everyone speaking, but technical experts, does this mic works as well? Can we make more comfortable mic? I just like speaking into some... Bah. 1, 2. We have more comfortable mic. Because this looks like speaking to some entity inside ChatGPT in the box. Why? We have something which it's not that improvisation. It's obvious thing which we should do. It was obvious since the day that I declared that we will unite Perl community and Koha community. But now we have here in this room, all of you, represented as well by these stakeholders, people we have here. You definitely know some of them, but this we also make an effort to explain whom we have here and maybe whom else we have, which organizations we have represented here. Main idea of this panel, let's aim to make it in 1 hour, so we will have half an hour to reorganize and follow up to reception in Kupoli on 7 o'clock. But it's just starting impulse, starting panel for uniting two communities, Perl and Koha communities, not for these 5 days, but make this unity last for forever. But generally, it's a fact. It's a fact of a birth of Koha, because Koha made in Perl and never will be made on something else. Otherwise, it will be not Perl or not Koha. So this bond made once and forever. But for some reason, these siblings grow up, and Perl is a strong and big something somewhere, and Koha was just one of the Perl products. But nowadays, Koha became uprising, trendy, demanding, and pretty available with available resources product. See, we have this conference made by Koha. Koha made this conference for us. So actually, Perl now should revisionize how Perl accepts Koha, and I want us to make an impulse to make Perl to trust and believe that Koha is a Perl flagship product for upcoming years, and for Perl community to invest efforts in Koha, and for Koha community to help Perl community to live and thrive, if how much is possible this to do in current ChatGPT generated code world. But let's see. So it will be, I want to initialize dialogue and brainstorming and further developing through tomorrow evening party today, tomorrow's day coffee breaks, networking. I want to initialize this this mindset that we should work, all of us together, of how to make Koha and Perl living hand by hand from now and forever. This panel, and all of you invited as well, we will bring a microphone for you, this funny microphone. Yes, we have more better one for us. So, but please, don't think that you are in the room is just listeners. It's some kind of round table, but very huge round table here. And we have, those guys are made huge impact inside Perl community and inside Koha world and inside Koha business world. as well, not only by person, but also by organizations behind, and part of you anyway, part of their team as well. So please feel yourself as one whole now. So this emotion, this feeling that we not one part Perl and another part Koha community, I call you to accept that we are from now one single, bigger lump of something much more powerful, and let's make this bond stronger after this panel on that cocktail session and whatever we will have through these days. But now, more to details. First of all, I want to say that this slide is not full. We should have here Australia, New Zealand. We should have here also Canada. So don't blame me. I didn't fill all the names here, but also as well, I started to say that we have something here. We have some people who represent these organizations or structures or communities, and also because despite we saying that we are now all something big and whole, anyway we came from different worlds, and one part of us don't know another part of us. It would be only my talk if I will start to do a stand-up and presenting every one of you or do a jokes. So I will share this responsibility a little with you. So I think, not think I will do, I will provide you with microphone, and I will ask every one of you to represent organization or yourself or whatever behind you, what's your impact on Perl or Koha. And also, please be not greedy. Include in your presentation someone also from the room whom we forgot, whatever. Okay, so let me start from closest one. We have Esa-Pekka here, who is co-organizer and main organizer of this conference like me, but my boss.
Say again, what was...
Present yourself, present organizations. Yeah, you will
okay,
up,
okay.
It will be, sorry for taking you as
yes.
Guinea.
Yeah, so I have introduced myself a few times already, but my name is Esa-Pekka, and I'm an information systems manager at the National Library, and I'm responsible for Koha, for our IT development infrastructure, our internal communications, and training platforms, and a few other things. And I've been working in library for over 30 years. The last 5 years have been the first time I have been working with library systems. I have been able to do everything else but the core thing. But I've been learning about Koha and library system management, and I hope I'm learning more.
I will put myself in between people, if possible, for some. Esa-Pekka didn't say it, but this is very important for people to understand that you and your vision was very important how for now happened with Koha in Finland, and how Koha developed in Finland, and why we inside our small 3 Ukrainian developers in National Library of Finland team stepped over these borders and went into global Koha core team. So this was your vision, and you also affecting how Finland Koha area develops. So actually it's not to praise you only, but also to say that this person, for all of you to know, understands and impacts how Koha grows and how library system at all develops in Finland. So if we need to change something in Koha to fit for Finland, or if we need something to change in Finland to fit for Koha or other things, Esa-Pekka at least can start something or give some prey to hunt for some other person. So this is representative of Finland in some point among those people. Let's think so. Curtis.
My name is Curtis Poe, better known to those of you in the Perl community as Ovid. I have been programming in quite a number of different languages, mostly specializing in Perl for 2 decades now. I was with the Perl Foundation for most of those 2 decades. I recently stepped down, so I have a lot of experience, not just on the development side, but also on the community side, how foundations and organizations work. And I think this is a very interesting initiative that Andrii is pushing. Thank you.
So again, we have Perl Foundation representative here, even you are already not. What?
I did resign.
Yes, so you resigned from them, but at least all that effort what you made through decade, you made everything for Perl to grow globally, to be whatever Perl it is and grow further. So this is representative of global Perl world.
Hello, my name is Thomas Klausner, or Dom. I used to do the YAPSI Europe Foundation, which organized the Perl conferences in here. I was one person doing that, a lot of other people. And besides that, I'm doing freelance Perl programming and randomly for a few years Koha. And I found it quite interesting that even though I was doing Perl for like 25 years or something, I only learned about Koha a few years ago. It's like weird, because it's such a big community, obviously.
So I would also say that Thomas was one of venue committee when we decided which next city Perl conference in Europe will happen. Thomas was among those people. Then COVID destroyed these things, and we have some mess and some historical reasons, and Perl evolution and Perl forking to Raku made some complications for this everything. But that's the good thing that we are here, because we somehow trying to catch the flag and make this continue and growing, and having such experience in our initiative team, it's great thing.
Hello, my name is Salve Nielsen. I've been active or doing something in the Oslo Perl community in Norway since 2002. If I'm going to brag about something, I've only done one thing, I think, for the Perl community, and that was starting something called the Perl QA Hackathon, which later turned into the Perl Toolchain Summit. Just a pretty nice little group of people who work on the tooling that makes CPAN and testing and building of Perl software possible. And lately, as we talked about in the lightning talks, I've been also helping around trying to establish a security community there. Other than that, I'm in general an open source fan. I've been earning my living on this since middle of the 90s, so I'm getting old too. Yes. Should you introduce everybody? Because we're going to spend all time on this.
I trying to, it's not that I trying to overcover everyone saying. I want to expand as much as possible, even repeating the same things for people here, for people there, for people here to know the better whom we have here, which potential each of you having. You might be shy to declare your potential, but I'm not. So that's why. I am. Also, it's good now, I have my own tool to speak. Yeah, I can interrupt you now freely anytime. But Salve is always everywhere on every Perl conferences we had before. When I joined Perl community in 2013, when Perl conference came to Kyiv, then I didn't miss any of Perl conferences in Europe, and more because of people like Salve. You remember I started to speak with you on some modules and you gave me some advices how to be more in community. So actually you are among those people, of course, after Larry Wall, so who made also those visits for those conferences precious for me. And you're representing Perl community as well. You also connected with Perl Foundation even now. You visiting FOSDEM conferences with Perl Foundation people, so you was on panel this year. So that's
I have to add to that it was super easy just to reply to you because you are so much trying to make shit happen, make anything happen. So it's like, wow, this guy, he needs like some encouragement because we need more people like you. So that's why I wanted to like keep you going. So it's all your fault.
Okay. But I will continue. So your experience and your vision as well as others will be precious for us to rebuild this initiative and make things going further. Next, Chris, please.
I'm going to go really fast. I'm Chris Cormack. I started working with Koha in 1999.
Thing is, my story now. It looks like I telling you my imaginary world for you, and it's not matches with what we have here. Sorry. But Chris, isn't you that guy who we can say created Koha? But one of those guys who created Koha. Please accept this. Yes, it looks like it's very important. You are created Koha with 3. Can you name 2 others?
Simon Blake and Rachel Hamilton Williams.
Thanks for them as well. But we have here, and I'm trying to expand potential of each person we have here to explain for Perl community who, for example, should be surprised that we have Koha creator here. And you maybe didn't know or know that, but here he is. And Koha people knows this person, but Perl people should now respect and you know, you like Larry Wall, but in Koha world. Slightly smaller, but so much important because you was on the route. So please, thank you and follow up. So Nick.
I'm Nick. I'm here representing ByWater Solutions, who have brought Koha to many libraries in the U.S. and hopefully to all of them. I mean, I think eventually, altruistically, completely. I've been a part of the Koha community for 9 years now. Take it away.
So it's not only about you, but also about organization behind you. Nick represents here ByWater Solutions. It's one of the 3 biggest business players in Koha world and one of sharers of spends for this conference, by the way, for us. So for Perl people, those organizations were money hidden. So we can propose services for them. So you're representing these powerful organizations which actually controls all the US. And what other areas ByWater Solutions covers except United States? Customers from where you have?
We have a few in Europe, Canada, yeah, a few other places.
So should we say Canada?
No, that's right.
But you're looking there.
Co-opetition.
And moreover, ByWater Solutions, among next speaker from BibLibr and PTFS, those organizations, they not only selling services for libraries, they granting money for people like Thomas, Jonathan Druart, Martin Renoir, who not with us, some more people in Koha QA team who working on open source tasks, not especially targeted for any of organizations. So these big players support open source by donating money. It's obviously that they have profit from this because they're making better product and have this back. Otherwise this gear is not rolling, it's normal. But it's not that greedy normality, it's more humanitarian targeted and open source style normality. So I would say, please do this. And to continue big players on this field, after not less, we have Paul, please.
Hi, so my name is Paul Poulain. I come from France, and I started to work on Koha in 2002, if I'm not wrong. If I'm not wrong, I was a 6th committer. After the 3 initial ones, there was one guy from Poland who committed a few patches, and some Steve Thompson from Canada. Then I started. And maybe we can say that at this time that the Koha community started to become international, and that changes a lot of things because the first version of Koha was only in English and not translatable. So there was a movement in order to make it translatable, etc. And I founded, I was a 5-year self-employed around Koha, and I founded BibLibr in 2007. And now we are a company of 25 people, so much smaller than ByWater. But we are in France, so our country is also much smaller. And there are 6 people from BibLibr this week. Gladys, who is there, Arthur, who is there, Sophie and Laurence and Stefan, who left already, and Matthias, who will arrive soon. Sorry? Yeah. And that's it.
So this become a tradition, I see, that I should speak now. Paul, if you look into Koha 20 million lines of code we have now, right? 20 million, or was it 17 million lines of code in Koha repository now? Guys, technical people. 20 million lines of code. How much millions on you personally?
No, not a million. I think I am still the 4th committer or 5th committer on Koha, something like that. But that was, I must say, Chris and I have some kind of fake numbers, because at the beginning of Koha, we were using CVS, and CVS, one change equals 1 commit, so we have a lot of commits.
Exactly.
Now that would be just 1 patch.
When you switch it to Git, you already had huge Koha, which was made by you as well.
Yeah.
And Chris, but so, and other people behind. But I would say that you, despite you representing big business which gives Koha service for France and neighbor countries, yeah, but also you very big contributor in code. So you are, for Perl people to say, this guy knows Perl.
Well, so, me, no, not anymore.
Not anymore.
I'm not developing for 8 years, something like that.
No, it's unforgettable.
Yeah, Trust me, you can forget.
Remember those nights with
Maybe
regular
because I am
expressions?
old. No. Now I'm doing business. I'm developing business, so I don't develop anymore. But I agree with you that we are contributing, and I think Nick or Chris said we contribute because what we give to the community comes back to our business. So what comes from our business, we give back to our community, and it makes a virtuous circle. Yeah. So I'm not considering that I am doing a donation. I am contributing because it is in my own interest to contribute.
So, Eric.
Hi, everybody. Bonjour. Eric Bégin from Libro in Canada. Basically, I founded Libro back in 2006, where it was like Koha before the version 3. I remember there were some screenshots this morning with the 3.0 version of Koha. I remember the one before that. That was a while ago, and another technology also. So yeah, so basically we're supporting Koha in Canada, mostly for French-speaking libraries, which is another challenge, I think, for people who are not English-speaking, like to join the community. I think it's much more easier for English-speaking clients of ours to join the community, but we're doing the proxy between the Koha community and our clients in that matter.
Okay. Did you say that you will host KohaCon next year?
I forgot that.
That's why, and you asked why I'm here.
Yeah. KohaCon next year, probably at the end of September. I don't know. Is Caroline still here? No. So yeah, she's here. You're gonna meet her tomorrow. End of September, 2024. So it will be about that weather over there in Canada, in Montreal. What else?
Now you will be surprised. Did you told for people that it will be Koha and Perl conference?
I didn't say that yet.
but that's
we're working. Yeah.
So next year we will have conference like this, but before this happen, Eric thought it will be just KohaCon. I think you don't need any more arguments that you see that it will be Koha and Perl conference. You have my promise and contribution to participate as small co-organizer, not important, but to help you to have Perl track, and Perl community will accept this idea that we will have Canada next year. Some of you might come, or if you need support, you have 1 year to get some tasks from those guys, have grants, and be sent by company of those to Canada, so come on.
And if you have any Perl monks in Canada that you know, just send me their information.
First of all, they will think to replace them by themselves, but then, okay, plan B. But we will have Perl, Koha conference in Canada. In next year, you will be hosting it, and this is main organizer, so please accept this fact. But also, I do ask you, and I call us, all of us, to do an effort to contribute to this conference, because conference made not only by one organizer, but conference made by those people who bringing talks, experience, and conference made by those people who decide to come as listener. If there will be no listeners, then no reason for speakers to speak. So actually, it's on all of us for this conference to happen, to contribute, start thinking which talks you might give on Perl track for Perl people and on Koha track for Koha people in Canada, in Montreal, in 1 year from today, plus or minus.
Exactly. September.
So, next.
If
Andrew.
So I'm Andrew. I'm representing PTFS Europe here, of which there are 6 of us here also. And we're a support company. And we also support libraries just as BibLibra and ByWater Solutions and InLibro and others. And I guess I'm a little bit of a fraud on this lineup. So if there's a lineup of criminals, I'm the one that you should pick out, because I'm not a Perl developer at all. One patch, but Martin wrote it for me. So, and I'm also not a librarian. But I guess I'm a commercial guy, and my job is to think about the commercial realities of everything and work on how those realities can translate into a community context like this, and make sure that we don't forget the commercial realities, but they also don't overpower the goodness in a community that we all enjoy working in. So that's kind of my role.
Okay, and my role is whatever, but to say something what I want people to know about you, that you're representing PTFS Europe, United Kingdom company, which gives Koha service around that area and much more. And despite you saying you are not a Perl developer, it's even better example to say for Koha people and for just people who not so much yet Koha here and on video, and those people who not yet Perl, that you see, not even if you're not yet Perl developer, you can join our community. So everyone allowed and accepted. And moreover, this person and persons like you, and we are grateful for that, making every software developer, every programmer paid, because to pay you need to have something to pay. Those people making those lumps of money rotating, and also librarian to be satisfied with quality of that product which company and programmer provides. So you are important person and you're doing that big thing and representing this structure. I would say now I have all 3 of those, on my opinion, from business point of view. We have 3 biggest players in the world, not in the Koha world, but generally in the universe. And these are ByWater, BibLibra, and PTFS. So, next, Thomas.
Hola, I am Tomas. I'm from Argentina. Back in my early ages, I was a sysadmin at the library. I've always been an open source advocate, and that's what drives me. My first contact with Koha was writing some build files for Gentoo, so I could run on my servers. In 2010, I think, I became a committer in Koha, and I felt so proud, goddammit. I'm still proud about it. I enjoy a lot being part of this community. That's what I enjoy the most. I enjoyed that more than coding or anything else. And that's why I'm here. I'm grateful for being able to be part of an open source community. I'm grateful to ByWater for funding me sometimes. I'm not sure what to say, but I'm sitting here because my wife is taking care of the kids, and I'm grateful about that. I hope to be part of this for long term. And if I have something to give, I would say I would like to help building more community. Even regarding Perl, I don't think I'm a Perl developer. I'm a Koha developer, and I would like to become a Perl developer. I would like to learn more about it.
Okay, so one thing I want to say after your speech, that you said about wife means that you understand how to delegate the things. That's why you are release manager how many times in a row?
I think this is the third time.
So it's already will be 2 years, not full.
It will
one
be
and a half. 1.5 years you're leading Koha technical side development, and it's not
trying to.
Yes, you able to delegate.
No one can hoard cats.
That book by itself, but name is very well. Yes, so you are behind current Koha releases, and you leading as release manager what we have with every release this year and past year. So that's great. Before that, by the way, we have Jonathan Druart here, who was another previous release manager, still in Koha QA team, but seems Jonathan delegating things in slightly different way. When kids arrived, Jonathan reassigned that. But it's good delegation to reassign this on Thomas, right? So you also can delegate. But thank you for that as well, for being release manager, and for community, for Perl community people to understand that that guy says, I'm not that Perl developer. That guy who commits every patch in Perl code base in Koha, which fully made in Perl. So that's somehow shy declaration by him, I would say. But welcome. Thank you for your contribution. And one more thing. We have one guy there from Turkey to represent one more country. Can you speak about yourself, please, Mark?
Everyone in the audience, one by one.
Hello. Nice to hear. Nice to be here. I'm Mengü from Turkey. Some of you know that we have done I think it is still the biggest installation of Koha with more than 1,200 branches of libraries. It is still working, but in the old version, we don't give any more support to the Minister of Culture. There is another firm. In fact, they don't get the support for 3 years. It's very hard to upgrade to new version. We are happy to be a part of Koha community and Perl community. We started Perl with Koha community, of course. We know much more about Koha.
Yes, and again to say that Mengü made 1,200 Koha in branches covered. So 1,200 libraries started to work with Koha because of your effort and your team.
Yeah.
So that's
of course all of the.
Of course, but this is what. In that time, it was great contribution for you as well by Koha customers, which also make Koha valuable. And thanks for doing that. And this is important. And by the way, it's already well known by Ukrainian team that many interesting experiences will be obtained from this person and this team, how they made, including mistakes and problems and solutions. So thank you for being part of this community. That's to say, thank you.
Thank you.
That's to say, only one of us remembered to call someone from the room. Do you want one of you to present someone whom you think important person to be known by everyone else. Please.
Hi, I'm Thomas. I would like to introduce you to Katrin Fischer. She's sitting there. She's our QA manager.
How we can even not invite you here? Okay?
She's the library superhero. Like she takes care of we don't break anything for the libraries. She's the best.
Yes, this is the right thing, and thanks for Katrin. We talk with you, okay, mostly one direction. I have in your email mostly like once per few days about QA things, problems which you are arising against people and development team. I would say you as our current Koha release team facilitator. So thank you for that.
Owen, if you were hoping we will forget you, we haven't. I wanted to introduce Owen, coming from Athens County in Ohio. He worked on Koha for 15 years, 20 almost. Okay, 20 years, and he mostly does UX interface update changes, and he does a lot of work. And I think also we can thank his library because he has some time dedicated by his library, and there are only a few libraries who are doing that, dedicating some resource to work for the community itself. If you have heard, our companies, we are doing business, so we need to have developers working on that. Owen, his employer, does not do business on Koha, they are just using Koha. Do you want to add something?
Thank you, Owen. And I would say that I meet you every day in commits in Bugzilla. So you were before in person, you were for me represented by name and lot of comments and contributions in Bugzilla inside tickets. So now I'm glad to meet you in person. Thanks for that. Whom else?
I want to add Magnus also to the talk, because I think he is in the community since a while also, and is present at most of the KohaCon I went. So
Chris, you wanted to.
I was going to do Owen, so I'll do Owen again. No, that was it.
Do that again.
So I met Owen in 2003, and when I went to the, we were talking in the break. I met Owen when his wife was pregnant with their first child, and she has now turned 20. So it made me feel really, really old. But no, Owen is quite amazing because, like he mentioned, he's not. He works for a library, so he's one of the. There are a few, but he's by far the longest and most prolific. Committer to Koha that doesn't work for a support company.
I think he has more patches in Koha than I do, but I forgive you now.
Perfect. So, someone else?
Nick has
Yes, this person also should introduce himself.
Well, I'm Arthur Suzuki. I work for Libre. Paul hired me 4 years ago, but I didn't want to talk about me. I also want, although she left, she's not here anymore, but introduce Sonia Bouy. She's been working for the Koha community for almost 10 years, probably more, and she's been very involved into organizing and federating the French users of Koha. And so, although she's not here now, thank you for her job.
Okay, so I'm multitasking. stepping over wires for not to break computers. So, do we need to introduce someone else? Esa-Pekka, maybe you help me to not to forget. Let me finish. What the thing of this idea is to understand for all of us whom we have who can do something for Koha and Perl and decide or having experience inside their minds. So those are people needed for us.
Yes, I have to mention him because he doesn't seem to be here, but I would like to, and he will definitely be at the reception, so you will get to know him. Is Ari Mäkiranta, who is the CEO of Koha Suomi Limited. Koha Suomi is a non-profit company owned by the Finnish municipalities that use Koha. And I think it was Ari's initiative that originally brought Koha in Finland. And it was just a couple of small libraries in the eastern Finland back then, but now they have more new customers than they can really take at the moment. So more and more libraries are changing into Koha as we speak. So he's done a great job for the community and for the product.
Yes, it's very important thing that we have here on this list. You definitely know what is Perl and what is Koha. I already pretty full explained it, what we have with Ukrainian Library Restoration Initiative and Ukrainian team here. National Library of Finland, represented by Esa-Pekka, me and team, and this happening we have. But why Helsinki Yliopisto here? Helsinki Yliopisto means in Finnish University of Helsinki. It's upper standing organizations which keeps National Library in its structure, and actually that's from where resources comes and these premises and funding for these conferences for National Library, which then stream it to us when what we have here. That's why National Library and Helsinki Yliopisto something one big from like organizational structure thing. And what just Esa-Pekka said about Ari Mäkiranta, Koha Suomi is pretty powerful structure which do not that visible things for Koha community nowadays, but added a lot. And generally we have how much? Up to 3,000 libraries nowadays. 300, sorry, 300 or 200. 100 and but let's say this way, that Koha Suomi structure is switched almost all Finnish public libraries to Koha and supporting them. So that's important player in our field. What else? What else? We covered everyone. We presented everyone. Yes, please.
So I was just going to mention, and she just stepped out of the room, but Jay-Z and Kelly, who have been providing educational materials through ByWater and beyond to the Koha community. If we're going to talk about people who make contributions, you know, they're teaching the librarians how to use it, convincing the librarians to use it, helping the librarians use it. That really does move it along. And then, now that you've let me talk for a little bit, I may as well point out, you know, all the salespeople as well. Like Andrew said, he's not really a Perl developer, but he's selling the software and really like moving it along and bringing it out to people, as well as Nate out there. Nate, along with Brendan, who like spent a lot of time, you know, shaping Koha and bringing it to everybody. And then also just to mention anyone who works on Perl, because yes, Koha is written in Perl, but it doesn't only use its own modules. We use a lot of things that come from the Perl community. So we really are indebted to the Perl community as well as trying to be a part of it. And then as you know, Tomas pointed out, a lot of us, maybe we're not involved in the Perl community. We don't call ourselves Perl developers because we came in through the library world. A lot of us consider ourselves librarians first and developers second. And so we don't always think of ourselves as Perl developers. We just kind of happened into it. But so thank you.
You kind of just started talking about them, but I think the other people we should mention, and this is going to go into not just mentioning people type of a little segment, it is the libraries and the librarians themselves, because after all, that's why this whole thing exists. And they are also the people that drive us forward in terms of telling us where we need to go next. And that's kind of what I wanted to say next, was about this is great, and thank you, Andrii, for the opportunity for us to share the important people or whatever it is that we're sharing. But actually, for me, there are some challenges, and not just challenges about the idea of Perl and Koha working closer together. That's something we'll have to work on if we're going to make that happen. But I think in the UK, and I'm going to speak just for the UK for a minute, we have challenges in our libraries, and it's mainly around funding. And I'm sorry to be commercial, but we do actually need money to make Koha carry on. And the libraries have less of it, and they're closing. And so what we need to be thinking about as developers and the developer community is how do we make Koha through Perl indispensable to not just the library, but the communities that they serve, because only if we can do that will libraries stop being closed. And so that's, for me, the biggest challenge for all of us, is to respond to the idea that we had the ambassador, this was, we felt very honored to have the ambassador from Ukraine here, who mentioned the importance of education and the role of libraries in education. And we're all on that. We all get that. But unfortunately, those that govern us don't always get that. So we've got to do it the way we can, which is through the code that we write, through the way that we sell the software, through the way that we support the software. And that's, for me, like the real challenge. That was a challenge, not bigging somebody up. But the libraries, I was bigging the libraries up, so there we go.
Yeah, okay. So, thank you. I will provide microphone for anyone who wants. Then I don't see so much interest, but I have idea. It's proper thing. We speak it now a lot about Koha. I kindly ask you, Perl community people, be free and improvise, but tell something else from your side, what you feel on this.
Last night, I was kind of terrified. I was running, and I got trapped in a dead-end alley by Andrii, asking me, "Do you want to be on a panel?" I said no to him for 15 minutes, and he didn't understand. So I said yes. I wasn't sure what I was going to do here. So I've been sitting in on Koha talks throughout part of the day. And someone said something which is really fascinating to me. Given the size of the Perl community, the Koha community, the number of libraries which can benefit from this, someone said there's not a Koha foundation, a guiding organization. Now, there's a Perl Foundation. Now, the Perl Foundation is a little bit unfortunate because it grew organically and independently of the core Perl 5 porters, so they didn't have a synergy together. It's always been a problem. There's also been the problem that for the P5P, that's the Perl 5 porters, people who actually implement the Perl language. My apologies, thank you, Tom. And there also wasn't much of a business representation there because businesses are critically dependent on Perl, and they didn't really have any feedback. Booking.com for a long time worked around this because he simply hired core developers. That was kind of a back door into the process. And I'm thinking, if there is to be something there, why not a Koha Foundation to first and foremost represent the needs of the libraries, because that's what people are there to serve. And then who are the stakeholders who would be sitting on such a foundation? The libraries, the business people, the Koha developers, and potentially the Perl developers who would have a better understanding of some of the larger needs, because so many of us we come in to do what we do to scratch our personal itch without understanding what the others need. And because on the Perl side, we have done a terrible job of joining across the different institutions inside of our overall institution, understanding their needs. Perhaps that is something which could benefit Koha in the long run.
And
you are a scary man.
But let's use this power for good. Okay? Any updates on this, your view, how you see from Perl side, or some insights which you obtain it right now even?
I've been thinking hard on what kind of messages is worth bringing forward here. I've heard about Koha for a little while, so for me, seeing like the energy you guys managed to put forward, and so many of you here, that's like, wow, that's impressive actually. You know, so awesome that this is working. But at the same time, I'm thinking in the Perl community, we have some recurring and maybe even structural issues that we wish we could solve somehow. And having a strong community like the Koha community help shape the narratives around those issues so we can together solve them is something I care about. One of the things I personally would like to offer as something to think about is how we operate as open source communities. And in the Perl community, we have a whole lot of people who do important stuff. And one of them is a guy called Nick Bowers, who wrote a blog post a few years ago saying that the Perl community isn't a community, it's a constellation of lots of communities. It's bits and pieces that have a language in common, and in a sense, that is true, but at the same time, we have stuff that draws us together in the language and in the attitudes that language brings, and I'd like to suggest that we expand this a little bit. And the way I try to do this is in the following narrative, and that is that when we as a business or an institution use any open source community, and we depend on that community, whether it's Perl or Python or anything else, I think it would be useful and valuable to stop actually thinking of the communities and what they produce as products, and rather deliverers of products, and rather think of them as a deliverer of projects. There's an interaction going on here, and in a sense, when an institution or a business really depends on something open source, you kind of adopt new colleagues in a sense. You have a bunch of colleagues out there in the world that help you solve some bits and pieces of what you're trying to do, that just do give their help and their time and their effort for fun, for free, for some whatever reason. And if they have a bad day, it can affect you and your business and your institution and how successful you are. And so I would like actually to suggest that any of us who interact with open source communities, whether it's the Perl community or the Koha community, if we depend on a community like this, let's just see if we can care about some of the people there, the individuals. The way I tried to picture this at a talk in Leipzig, German Perl workshop a year ago, was to show a group picture of Perl developers, and I suggested take this group picture and show them to your colleagues at work and introduce each of the individuals there as if they were colleagues. in the sense that what we just did now, we introduced a whole lot of people here, so we get to know each other a little bit better, and get to places. Maybe we can remember some names and faces. But if we don't expose our colleagues at work to the volunteers we depend upon, we're not building those bridges we actually need to do in order to succeed. So that's my thought in this building. It's really awesome to see the Koha community and you guys here caring and telling and sharing. That's brilliant stuff. We have some of that in the Perl community also. But we need more of that. And most of all the stakeholders out there that depend upon us, they could be here too. Caring and sharing and getting to know each other and showing that as a community, we support each other. There are so many ways to support each other. It doesn't have to be code. It could be if a community needs marketing resources, that a business can say, okay, we'll spend some marketing resources on that. There are a few businesses that do stuff like that, and there's room for more. That was my message.
Thanks. First, I thought that I will call you to a panel at 17:30. You will come, and in 1 hour we will tell what we will do and just will go doing that. This isn't not happen such easy, but at least what I can say that you see, I know everyone by name out of the blue. This is a good step forward to next thing. What you said, for example, like thinking what we can create, how steering structure we can create between Perl and Koha and together and inside Koha and improve. So this is just starting of the things. We just pushing the ball, but let's hope. It's strange. We pushing ball not out on the top from the rocks to the abyss. No. We're pushing that ball up to the top, but if we will push it right, if it roll magically by itself upwards further. Let's believe in that, okay? But other things I will do. We have 20 minutes left to go to that reception. Not 20, 23, so I have 3 minutes for questions. So, first of all of you now, more or less, understand who those people are, who they're among those. So feel free, please, come each other and talk through up. You already positively doomed to be locked in these 5 days here. So make the most of it through these 5 days. Make this impulse for this ball to roll up by itself. It's up to you. One more small thing. Few questions or few phrases, but very short from the audition.
I think, Andrii, now we really...
Sorry. So those of you who want to tell something, who want to express himself to me or to those people or among community, you're welcome to do this through these 5 days and today on the evening on the reception. I also will put a message on you. Please raise a hand who will be here on Thursday. So many of those people will be. I think we will continue on workshop, and I propose to continue what we started today. We will sit in one auditorium together around the round table.
Thank you,
and
Andrii.
speak on that.
Stop him.
Okay, Esa-Pekka, please take a lead and grab a mic from me.
Yeah.
All mics.
Yes. So if you are coming directly to the reception, I am for one is coming directly, and you can follow me. It's very easy. It's on the street on that side of this building that way, and you can't miss it because it's opposite the cathedral. And we have a sort of official pub for this conference, which is on that side street, a little hill up. There's a solitary black door in the stone wall, and the pub is called the Thirsty Scholar. So they will keep us a few seats, and it has also an inner yard where they have outdoor seating. So if you want to continue there after the reception, you are welcome, and I suggest that we all use the same pub this time.
See you all in 20 minutes in Cupola Hall. Welcome.